Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members and officers, and welcome to this Development Control Committee meeting on January the 28th. I will begin by giving you the safety rules. The fire evacuation procedures. There are no fire alarms scheduled for this evening. Therefore, if the fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the building immediately. The fire exits are located at the rear and side of this room. You go down the stairs and meet in the War Memorial Park. I should also tell you that the meeting is being webcast live on the internet. I think it is, isn't it? Good. And please, can you all turn off your mobile phones or put them to silent? Thank you. Now, for the benefit of members of the public attending, I'd like to explain who everybody is around this table. My name is Councillor Donald Sherlock, and I'm the chairman of this committee, and Councillor Anne Court is the vice chairman. Down the sides of the table to the left and right are the councillors who sit on this committee and who will be making the decisions on the applications this evening. Immediately to my right and left are the officers who will be advising councillors, and we have a new one this evening in the form of Wendy Batterson, who's the legal advisor. In addition, I would like to explain that the Development Control Committee is a regulatory committee and not a political meeting. The committee will be looking at the evidence brought before us tonight and will make a decision based on planning reasons. We are guided by national and local planning guidance and policy, and I do understand that planning can be emotive, and I ask that everyone remains polite and professional throughout the evening. May I ask all speakers, including visiting members, to speak clearly and to return to their seats once their presentation is complete. No further dialogue between members of the committee and speakers will be permitted once questioning has finished. And may I ask all committee members to avoid repetition and to keep comments on each item to a maximum of 4 minutes. And we have a long agenda tonight, so I mean that. Thank you. Now, we move to the agenda. Can I have apologies for absence and substitutions, please? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I'm substituting for Councillor Mrs. Tucker.
Thank you. Otherwise, we're all here, right? Good. Declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest? No. Thank you. Urgent matters. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. This is just to advise the committee, consistent with our approach on other major residential appeals when received, that we actually received an appeal decision on Monday, as members may be aware, relating to the Worthing Farm application. To summarise, the application, as members may recall, was for 70 dwellings, including 28 affordable dwellings. Main reasons for refusal related to a substantial harm on heritage assets to the Worthing Conservation Area and listed buildings, inadequate access arrangements, and insufficient information having been submitted with regards to drainage implications. The appeal was heard by way of public inquiry in October, and in summary, the inspector allowed the appeal and made a partial award of costs against the council. On the three substantive matters that form the reasons for refusal, the inspector found that there would be less than substantial harm to identified heritage assets, that the access arrangements proposed were suitable, and in effect the drainage issues identified could be overcome by Section 106 planning obligations. In favour of the application, the inspector weighed and gave weight to the supply of housing, including 28 affordable units. The partial award of costs related to the council not being able to produce evidence to substantiate the highway's reasons for refusal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And that does urgent matters no more. Minutes of the committee meeting held on the 3rd of December and the 17th of December. Do I have agreement from members to sign these?
Great.
Thank you very much. So we move on to applications for planning permission, and the first one is item number 1. When I find it. Which is land at Beech Tree Close, Oakley. And I have speaking officer presenting, followed by an objectors in the form of Dr. Prescott, then the parish council, Tom Flavel, and in support, Mr. Armstrong, Mr. Gillingham, and Mr. Chamberlain, who will have 4 minutes between the three of them, and then the ward councillor, Councillor Golding. But first of all, if the officer could introduce it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. It's an outline application for permission for 85 dwellings, including affordable housing, with associated landscaping, open space, car parking and new vehicular and pedestrian access arrangements from Beech Tree Close, and a new pedestrian link to Barn Lane with appearance to be reserved, and that's at land at Beech Tree Close, Oakley. There is an update paper associated with this that just provides details of the viewing panel and provides at the back of the update paper some of the plans of the pedestrian and vehicular access and works to the highway. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Greg. Right. First of all, Parish Council, Tom Flavel, followed by Dr. Prescott, followed by the three supporters, Messrs. Armstrong, Gillingham, and Chamberlain, and then the ward councillor. So can I ask the Parish Council to come forward, Mr. Flavel? Thank you. You will have 4 minutes, and I'll give you a minute's notice at the end. And we'll put the mic on.
Thank you. Tom Favour, Chair of Planning for Oakley and Dean Parish Council. I'd like to first of all talk about the timing of this application and the relevance of the Oakley and Dean neighbourhood plan. The neighbourhood planning group is a team of 14 people who have been working on the document for 16 months, and this is due for approval by the Parish Council next month. The neighbourhood planning group has had 3 public consultations, the last of which was aimed at selecting the preferred sites of development. Almost 2,000, or 50% of eligible people, took part in this consultation. Spreading the development over 5 sites in the village was the preferred option. The share of houses on each site has been determined based on size of site and the best fit for the community preference. 25 was identified for the Beech Tree development. After consulting with the developers, there have been confirmed that the numbers by the Neighbourhood Planning Committee are viable, including those for Beech Tree, and indeed the developer has provided a scheme for that amount, 25 houses. The Neighbourhood Planning Group has consulted extensively with Basingstoke Council and used professional consultants to develop the neighbourhood plan, including sustainability assessment. I'd like to now address the 9 points that are on your briefing notes for the planning application, the reasons for approval. Points 1 to 3, the need for housing, affordable housing, and the economic and social benefits. We acknowledge these points, but this proposal doesn't go far enough to address the issues around the conservation area. This could be delivered in a much more sympathetic way through the neighbourhood plan. The impact on the landscape, point 4. This isn't an objective decision. For those that have enjoyed the area after visiting or living nearby, it will be a significant impact on the landscape, and the scenery will change. If the motivation is more housing, as it is stated, then this could be delivered in a much more sympathetic way through the neighbourhood plan. Safe access, point 5. This development will increase traffic movements. If you look at the number of houses currently served in the area of Beech Tree, the development would more than double the amount of traffic movements. The proposed narrowing would force some homeowners to park elsewhere or park on the pavement. Cars already have to be moved off the highway when refuse is collected. It will make an already difficult through bus route Hill Road much worse by narrowing and increasing the danger to pedestrians. This could be delivered in a much more sympathetic way through the neighbourhood plan.
1 minute.
Biodiversity and conservation, point 6. Much of the development area remains in the conservation area, where this application increases the density. This could be delivered in a much more sympathetic way by the neighbourhood plan. Amenities. The reason given says the proposal would not result in any significant harm to these amenities, but this doesn't mean that they won't be some harm. This could be delivered in a much more sympathetic way by the neighbourhood plan. Adequate drainage, again, this could be addressed through the neighbourhood plan. I've got nothing to say about point 9, the section 106 monies. Why is the neighbourhood plan so relevant for rejecting this planning application? Paragraph 216 of the National Planning Policy Framework sets out the weight that may be given to relevant policies in emerging plans in decision making. Factors to consider include the stage preparation of the plan and the extent to which there are...
Can you draw to a
unresolved-
conclusion,
Okay.
please?
Basically, we have a neighbourhood plan which will satisfy all of these planning regulations. Thank you, and I hope you will refuse this planning application.
Thank you. Just wait there. We may have some questions for you. Members, any questions for Mr. Flavel? Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. Just have one question. What's the stage you mentioned with the neighbourhood plan is with the council?
It's going to be presented to the parish council next month, the next parish council meeting. I already have a draft copy, so it's imminent.
Thank you, Chair.
Any more questions? Thank you, Mr. Flavel. Now, Dr. Prescott, please. Wait till you... Yes, you'll get 4 minutes and I'll give you a warning of 1. And remember to switch on your microphone, please. The large button.
I invite the committee to consider the following additional reasons to refuse this outline application. Firstly, the diagram you had in front of you is actually predominantly the Church Oakley Conservation Area. It was designated as a single area in 1976 to protect the rural aspects, but with no notion of parcels of land such as the north and the south fields. Giving separate treatment to the two fields would require the conservation area to be amended by re-audit and redesignation. Secondly, the scale, mass and design of the scheme were incongruous with the proximate Upper Farm estate. Thirdly, the situation regarding traffic and the scheme's implications on road safety is simply unacceptable. In 2004, the local planning inspector discouraged development in Oakley. The parish council in the village design statement are clear that the village road system is sorely pressed and that problems are exacerbated by on-road parking. Hill Road is one such road. It's critical for access to the site. It's also critical as a feeder road, and as such is the third busiest road in Oakley. In the 70s, the council compulsory purchased front gardens on Hill Road to widen it. Now that 85 more homes are proposed to be built, it's being narrowed in this proposal. Its carriageway and its footways already fail by up to 40% in places to comply with the manual for streets, and despite this, several narrowing schemes have been explored. Firstly, to a carriageway width of 4.1 metres and most recently to a width of 3 metres. Not very wide. Committee members have been informed at page 9 of the case officer's report of a technical note produced after the second serious formal objection to the scheme by Hampshire Highways. Within that technical note is an independent safety audit of the junction of Barn Lane with Hill Road, after Hill Road was narrowed to 3 metres. This audit very clearly states there is a risk of a head-on collision because the design means that a car turning left out of Barn Lane onto Hill Road will turn straight into the lane of oncoming traffic. This risk will not be mitigated by some change of layout of granite sets or some such simple approach. Uncontrolled and excessive parking on the stretch of Hill Road increases the risk. No parking solutions offered by the applicant. Nor is there any recognition or consideration that modern HGVs, that are about 3 metres wide, will sweep the substandard width northern pavement or footpath and its bus stop with overhanging wing mirrors, posing serious safety risk to pedestrians and school children. At the pedestrian access at Cedar Lodge, a mum with a pram needs to cross partway across the road because the sight lines are poor. The applicant claims the sight line is 33 metres. It's 18 metres for a mother with a pram. Speed sensor surveys done by the applicant have not been appropriately used in the design of the access road extension of Beech Tree Close, nor used in the assessment of the Beech Barn intersection, because the surveys and the actual measurements showed numbers that were roughly 20% higher than the applicants assumed in an attempt to demonstrate that these junctions are safe.
1 minute, Dr. Prescott.
Also, residents of Beech Tree Close will be expected to experience a fourfold increase in traffic, which might well be a Human Rights Act issue. In months of working together, failing to find a solution, all the applicant and highways have achieved is to condition the application on the wishful basis that some form of solution might be forthcoming. The solution has to be said that's already been declared will have to seek concessions against the Manning for Streets, which itself exists, to secure safety for road and footpath users. The unsatisfactory conditions now being recommended after 2 early objections demonstrate the pressure to find a solution in order to be seen to be supportive of developments. At this juncture, I would ask members to consider if the price of safety is not too high a price to pay for 85 additional homes, when there are other local sites identified in the neighbourhood plan offering better, safer access that are more sustainable and that can easily accommodate the full Oakley housing quota well within the planning period. Thank you for your time.
Brilliant timing.
Should have been 5 seconds faster.
Members, any questions for Dr. Prescott? Councillor Frost?
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Prescott. It's good to see you here. I just want to touch on infrastructure. One of the things that hasn't actually been borne through or even mentioned yet by any of the objectors is, and I hate to mention the subject around here, but the sewage infrastructure. Has the action group done any work on that, and if so, what would those points very quickly, please, be?
We started off by looking at the sewage maps of Oakley that were bought from Southern Water, which you can do as a member of the public. I've got a very strong background in science. I actually modelled the entire network and demonstrated to my own satisfaction from a physical model perspective that there was not capacity at the proposed original join point. The applicant actually ignored all of that. When they put their revised application in, they were still connecting to pretty much the same place. They'd moved it back 12 houses. Fact is, to make a joint at that position, you've got to move the sewage system about 200 houses back, which would mean digging up Oakley Lane. There is, however, a solution that I think the applicant has now recognised that Southern Water did suggest. Connectivity is possible, actually on Rectory Road, if you know Oakley well, which I think you do. But that would actually require a 250 metre pipeline, or maybe 300 metres of that order anyway, to be put in across current agricultural land. And interestingly, it would have to actually cross a ransom strip that runs right round the western and northern boundaries of that site. It's only a 4-inch strip. I've got all the land registry information about that. I'm sure an easement could be granted, but it could actually delay things considerably, I imagine. Is that... Sorry, I've got...
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. Just one very quick question. Obviously, a lot of people here are concerned about the safety aspect of this development for pedestrians and for cars. You mentioned that, I didn't know this, that there was an independent safety audit. What was the actual conclusion that they came to in briefly?
As I said, Councillor Taylor, that there's a risk of a head-on collision for a car coming down Barn Lane. The stop line is advanced basically to get the sight lines improved. It's advanced by over 2 metres, so a car will pull into what is currently the carriageway of Hill Road to go to the new stop line, which is way beyond the pavement level. His bonnet then will be very, very close to oncoming vehicles. There are cars parked on his left hand, so he can't actually evade things that way. And as we all know in the UK, most of us expect when we turn left, we don't tend to look at, if the lane's clear to the left, we tend to go because it's safe. This arrangement is not safe, far from it, if that makes sense.
Any more questions? In that case, thank you, Dr. Prescott.
Thank you very much indeed.
Now, may I have Mr. Armstrong, Mr. Gillingham and Mr. Chamberlain? We seem to be short of a chair for one of you. You have 4 minutes between you. I will give you notice when you've got one left.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to raise a few points on planning before turning to highways and services. Firstly, this application has had considerable pre-app discussion and discussion whilst it was submitted. The original scheme was circa 120. We're now down to 85. We have worked very closely with your officers, and the scheme has been amended considerably over that period of time. Our aim was to try and get a consent at local level, and still remains that way. The scheme you see on the screen, a third of it is now open space, and that was done so because of impact on the conservation area, and as a consequence of that provides a significant area of open space for the benefit of the residents. The 106 agreement, the heads of terms are agreed. We should be in a position to sign the legal agreement if we are successful tonight. In terms of comprehensiveness and the development being an outline in a conservation area, this is an extremely detailed application. In all bases, the scheme is being designed and worked up and is deliverable. The only thing missing is the actual elevational details of the houses, but they are in fact covered by a design code. Just one comment made earlier by the speaker. Yes, we have provided a scheme for 25 units to the neighbourhood forum, because we have been discussing things with them all the way through, but we've never said that that 25 scheme is actually viable. Our preference, the scheme which we believe is the best scheme, is the scheme before you today. Thank you.
Mark Gimmingham, My Transport. I'll briefly discuss access to the site and the opportunities for sustainable transport. Vehicular access is via an extension of Beach Street Close into the site at the southern end. In addition, there's a pedestrian, cycle and emergency access proposed from Barn Lane to the north through the existing Cedar Lodge access. Both those accesses have been the subject of independent Stage 1 road safety audits, and the Highway Authority has concluded that they provide acceptable access to the site and do not cause significant risk to harm or safety to the users of the highway. There's been some discussion this evening on the Barn Lane Hill Road junction. There has been no recorded injury accidents there for 25 years, certainly between 1990 to the mid-2014. The improvement which has been put forward significantly improves visibility at that junction, and it improves the footway provision and crossing provision on Hill Road. Provides improved facilities for people waiting for buses. It has been the subject of a Stage 1 road safety audit, and when that's undertaken, they identify comments and if there's any problems, and it also identifies recommendations to overcome those. And the particular comment which was made, it put forward a recommendation.
1 minute.
We have taken that recommendation on board to overcome that particular issue. Hampshire has concluded that provides a reasonable and safe off-site highway improvement and provides overall betterment. Footpaths, the applicant has agreed to deliver improvements to public footpath sections of 736, 9A, 8A and 9B through surface and drainage improvements. Accessibility wise, the scheme is within a reasonable walk distance of everyday facilities in the village. Cycling is an option for people. It's within a reasonable walk distance of bus service 11, which provide an hourly bus service into Basingstoke between 6:30 and 9 o'clock at night. And finally, just 5 seconds, the scheme will make a £296,000 transport contribution secured through the 106 agreement.
Thank you. Right, members, any questions for any one? Councillor Frankham, thank you.
Yes, I was on the site visit and I was a little bit bemused, as I believe some of my other colleagues were, as to where the bus stopped, and I'm sure the office will be able to say exactly where that was, looked like a natural access. When we went further down, it was almost like a mountaineering exercise to where the access would be through right past the residents, and I just wondered what was the reasoning in the access being way past through where all the residents lived when there was an alternative.
Access to the site. There was an existing access to the site from midway along Barn Lane. The situation with that is between the site boundary and the highway boundary on Barn Lane, the land is in unknown ownership. So it will be there informally for pedestrians and cyclists, but we cannot rely on any form of access to the site. So that is why we have a vehicular access from Beech Tree Close to the south, and also why we have a pedestrian and cycle emergency access from Barn Lane to the north through the existing Cedar Lodge link.
Supplementary? Do.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm confused in that if you don't know what land belongs to who, how can you build or go around that? It's
Quite clear on the land which we are relying on for access to the site is controlled. So the site boundary is contiguous with the highway boundary and at Beech Tree Close, and at the pedestrian cycle access, again, the site boundary is contiguous with the highway boundary. So we're absolutely clear on the access strategy is deliverable within the site and the highway network.
I'm not sure whether it would be whether the applicants or the officers would be able to tell us which bit of the land then is that you don't know who it belongs to, and what impact has that? Would that be an officer question, please?
So if I help, I mean, it may assist the speaker to refer to the plan on screen in terms of trying to describe that element. I think if you can describe it if you like from where you are, and the officers here will try and point to the relevant elements to help the councillors.
Point there, the site boundary and the applicant's land ownership is contiguous with the highway. And again, for the pedestrian and cycle emergency access to the north, through Cedar Lodge, again, the site boundary is contiguous with the highway boundary at that point. So it's perfectly deliverable.
Sorry. Sorry, it is a little bit clearer, but what you're saying is the access then, you would come through, go down the road where there's already residents to get to the main access, where we could have had an access further up. So thank you. You have answered my question.
All right. Councillor Taylor, followed by Councillor Bound.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. The first one, if you're able to, would you be able to explain exactly how the Barn Lane Hill Road junction will be safer with your scheme, please?
In probably 2 or 3 ways. It'd be helpful to pull up the drawing which was on the slide a second ago. Firstly, from a vehicular point of view, in the existing situation, the visibility, sorry, if I explain the proposal, there's a build out effectively, which means that, as was described earlier, the give-way line is further out into the road. So the visibility out of the junction is significantly improved for people who emerge out of the junction from Barn Lane onto Hill Road. Secondly, the existing footway network on the east side of the junction is improved through the build out and the reduced crossing facility for pedestrians. And thirdly, the existing bus stop on the south side of the road is in effect on a piece of hard standing, a narrow piece of hard standing in the existing situation. So if people are waiting, they're on a very narrow bit of hard standing, very close to the carriageway, whereby this offers the improvement to relocate the bus stop slightly and allow a much safer area for people to wait for their buses.
Members of the public, can you curb your enthusiasm, please, and not make comments during speaking? Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much. I mean, I would ask you more questions, but I have a feeling I'm not going to be convinced by any of your arguments on that one. It just doesn't seem to make sense. Could I just ask you one other question, please? This is a very broad question, but you started your submission, I think it was one of the speakers said your aim is local agreement. Very good. You've presumably seen the draft neighbourhood plan. You've seen the reasons why they've come to their conclusions. Would you agree that local people who have worked tirelessly on this and have got clear agreement from local people should be heeded and do have what is best for Oakley in their plan?
Yeah, clearly I accept that local opinion has to be considered. I think what is important in this instance is that the site is coming forward through the neighbourhood plan. It has been recognised both by local people and by the forum themselves that it is a suitable housing site. They have followed many of the issues which we have put forward in terms of means of access, etc. The issue we are debating is the level of development on that site, and we made it clear that we would go through the planning process, which I think is a far more rigorous process in terms of assessing what the site can cope with. And we've come up with a recommendation from your officers that this is an acceptable and deliverable scheme. And I hope that we'll be able to then dovetail in with the neighbourhood plan. We have ongoing dialogue and will continue to do so, and that the overall benefits of our scheme will be seen for the residents of Oakley going forward in terms of open space, contributions, etc.
Councillor Taylor, do you want a supplementary? You won't. Councillor Bound.
Briefly, could you comment on Dr. Prescott's points around drainage, please?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just going to move over closer to the microphone. Yeah, it is true. We have been liaising with Southern Water with regard to the foul water drainage strategy for the site. Initially, under the initial application, the details were not there, but as a development, we have a right to connect to an adoptable drainage system. We have liaised recently with Southern Water, and they have confirmed that there is capacity at the foul sewer network, which is on Rectory Road, about 250 metres to the north west of the site. There is sufficient capacity in there, and under the Water Industry Act, there is a mechanism for Southern Water to make a connection to that sewer. We either put a new rising main from a pumping station on site through the existing highway network to that sewer, or there is a mechanism to do a Section 98 requisition, which can go across third-party land if necessary. The Environment Agency have accepted that, and their preference is to connect foul water to an adopted foul water sewer system.
Happy with that, Councillor Mann? Thank you. Right, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just put up the site plan again, please? Relatively simple question. You keep referring to an emergency stroke cycle pedestrian access. Could you point it out on the map and just elaborate on what you mean by emergency?
Can you put on your microphone, please?
There will be either barriers or bollards installed to prevent car traffic from the proposed development to use it, but where emergency service will either have keys or whatever they need to go through and actually come through that way if they need to in the event of emergency.
The reason I asked the question is you mixed pedestrians, cyclists and emergency all into one, and it didn't make any sense. But if you say emergency vehicles, that's fine. And also, I'm a bit perturbed when you say bollards. I know you can get collapsible bollards. There are faster ways of emergency vehicles getting through if necessary. I've lived all my career with emergencies accesses, and let's hope it's a little bit more expedite than just keys undoing a lock, because there are much more frangible ways of allowing emergency access. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Frost?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just go back to the gentleman on the end, please, about transport. And I would just like to try and understand that you made a comment during your submission to us that there have been no accidents reported in the last 25 years. Okay, I mean, I have to say that I've been one of the ward councillors for coming up just about 11 months now, and on that particular area, I know of 2 accidents. That I've actually seen when I've been out and about. So I have to say that I am very dubious. Okay, when you start moving the give way, sign from Bond Lane into the main road, and I'm pinching the road at that point. I have to say I don't think there's enough room, personally, there anyway. So I'm just really struggling to try and understand how that can make that safer for effectively, 250 vehicle movements a day. If you could please comment.
I think I earlier discussed the benefits, as I saw it, of the improvement scheme. So in terms of the other points you raised, in terms of the amount of traffic, clearly there's 2 ways in and out of the development. You can use this junction, or you can go the other way and use the other way in via Beech Tree Close. And the survey suggests that actually the traffic would be split broadly 50-50. Well, that's what the survey suggests based on the existing movements. The build out has been discussed, it's been audited, and Hampshire County Council are content that it's a benefit to the scheme and is deliverable.
Thank you, Chair. I'll always have a question for the Highways Officer if they have Highways present. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right, any more questions for these gentlemen? Thank you, all 3. And next is Councillor Golding, please. You will have 4 minutes, Rob, and I'll give you notice of 1.
Thank you. I invite the committee to refuse this application for the following reasons. First, the situation here is completely different from the other greenfield sites which committee has refused, but which have been granted permission on appeal. All those sites have been allocated for development in the draft local plan. This site is not included in the local plan. Instead, the SHLA says that development of this site would extend the village into open countryside and is not suitable for strategic allocation. Second, granting this permission would completely undermine the planning process in relation to the neighbourhood plan. The draft local plan requires the neighbourhood plan to find sites for 150 homes. This application is for 85, well over 50% of the total. As you've already heard, the neighbourhood plan is at an advanced stage. So the main tests in the National Planning Practice Guidance are clearly satisfied. Now, as the officer, I think, has put in his report, the guidance does say that refusal of planning permission on the grounds of prematurity will seldom be justified in the case of a neighbourhood plan before the end of the local planning authority publicity period. However, that makes it clear that in exceptional circumstances, refusal may be appropriate even before the plan has been published. For me here, the most important exceptional factor is that the neighbourhood planning group held a consultation day where residents were asked for their views on the 5 sites that are available for development around the village. A polling station was set up at the local school and 43% of people on the electoral register voted.
That is a substantial democratic mandate for the approach now being taken in the neighbourhood plan. The final plan should be submitted to this council at the end of April so that the publicity period can be started. If you refuse this application, the consultation period will have ended before the hearing of any appeal. The neighbourhood plan would then be a material consideration that the planning inspector would have to take into account. Third, the great majority of this site lies in the Church Oatley Conservation Area, and it is against the policy in our saved local plan to grant outline planning permission within a conservation area. The plan says the Borough Council will require proposals for development within a conservation area to be submitted in the form of a fully detailed application, and that's repeated in the supplementary planning document. Fourth, the application does not satisfy the NPPF requirements in relation to sustainable transport. You've already heard a lot about the road safety aspects that are very serious. I want to talk about the severe impact on existing road users. The proposal is to halve the width of Hill Road with a bus stop on either side of the road within that pinch point. Hill Road is one of the main roads through the village. Vehicles heading towards the Oakley schools will have to give way to the traffic coming in the opposite direction. So every morning at 8:36, during the busiest period for taking children to school, a bus will stop in the pinch point. Too early for concessionary fares, so people will be buying tickets. The bus could easily be there for 2 minutes or longer, while traffic is held up in both directions. Once the bus moves off, the cars taking children to school will have to wait until the queue of cars in the other direction
1 minute
has passed through the pinch point. The journey to school will be delayed by several minutes, and this will happen every school day morning. That is a severe impact of the proposed development and contrary to NPPF paragraph 32. My other concern is, fifth to say, the applicants hadn't, at least until tonight, accepted that they would connect to the Southern Water Sewer 240 metres away. Their strategy still said they'd try and connect locally. Similarly, the applicant has not submitted detailed designs for the infiltration ponds to satisfy the Environment Agency. There are proposed conditions, but it's entirely possible that neither condition will be satisfied. So there's a real risk that if you approve this application, we'll get the worst of both worlds. The conditions won't be satisfied, no houses on this site, and you'll have wrecked the neighbourhood plan. So finally, please read what the planning practice guidance actually says. Defend the neighbourhood plan, support democracy, and refuse this application.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions for Councillor Golding? No? Great, thanks very much. You two ward councillors would like to wait till debate, wouldn't you?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we've heard a lot from local people, so we'll join in the discussion when we've heard some of the views of the committee. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Right, members, questions to officers. Councillor Frankham.
I noticed, I'm not quite sure which speaker it was, but said about no parking alternatives were offered by Hampshire County Council. Sorry. Can I ask, did we consult our Basingstoke and Dean officer, the principal engineer, that when we get the plans wrong, he has to go and sort out all the parking problems? Has he been consulted? Because I'm now finding out through other applications that we're not consulting somebody until after the effect. We really need to be doing some prevention and not fighting fires all the time. So I just wonder, has our officer been consulted? If not, why not?
I'd just say that Hampshire County Council were asked to attend this evening and declined.
Can I say it's not Hampshire County Council, it is our Basingstoke and Dean principal officer who has to go in and sort out the mess.
Thank you, Councillor. I can confirm that the Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council Highways officer has been consulted and has responded to the application. It's summarised on page 21, the very top of the agenda.
Sorry, he's not a highways engineer. He's the principal engineer for, trying to remember what the exact title is, community infrastructure and regeneration, and he's the one that you go back to when we've got the plans wrong, and Barry Ford has to sort it out. He's Basingstoke and Dean officer, and I think we should be asking him, because my concern is not only the access, but when we were going along on the coach, I could not believe, and had to ask several times, sorry, which road are you talking about narrowing? They said, it's this one. I said, it can't be. There's already cars all parked along there, all over the path, and you're going to narrow it. So if there's going to be a parking problem, which it already seems to exist, why are we designing it worse? We should have
questions to
consulted
officers.
him. That was the question. Why have we not consulted him?
Okay, in terms of the requirements for consultation, it is with the Hampshire County Council's Highway Authority and our own Basingstoke and Dean highways. I believe I understand which officer you're referring to, but there wouldn't be any statutory requirement to consult a person under current arrangements. So they wouldn't have been consulted on the issue of highways. They were consulted on the issues of drainage in that capacity of his role.
Right. My point is, this officer, who's our officer, has to go in and sort out these particular problems. Why are we not using his expertise? We should be using his expertise, because I think he probably would have spotted the problems that obviously the councillors, the public, the objectors have already picked up. I'm just incredulous that we're not including somebody that's, so that we don't have to wait to sort out a problem. We don't have the problem in the first place. And he is a Basingstoke and Dean.
So, Chair, just one more point of clarification. Under the terms of, effectively, the Borough Council has an agency agreement with the County Council's Highway Authority, so all matters relating to highways effectively are dealt with by the county or by highway officers such as Mr. Pocock in attendance this evening on the county's behalf under the terms of that agency agreement. So, effectively, the highways view is either the county or our own highways officers. I do understand the point that Councillor Frankham is raising.
Can I just say then, if a member asks that the planning officer speak to this officer because there's a planning problem, should they not then consult them, particularly if the members ask 2 or 3 times?
So, Chair, I think the issue is probably wider than this application if that is the concern, and that's something that we can potentially take up offline.
So I have personal experience, that's why I'm saying it.
Okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. We have heard quite a few references this evening of the conservation area. Why is it a conservation area? What is the rationale behind this particular conservation area that we need to consider, bearing in mind the various policies that are written that we have to take notice of about building within conservation areas?
The special interest of the conservation area for Church Oakley that's in the second paragraph under conservation of the historic environment on page 48, and the conservation area appraisal document describes the special interest as being derived from the varied mix of building styles, the use of vernacular materials, and the integral relationship of buildings and spaces. This is a serpentine arrangement of road pattern. Together with the undulating topography and irregular layout of buildings, this creates a historic settlement of varied appearance and significant visual interest. And it also states that the historic character of the conservation area is essentially of a small residential and rural-based community that has developed over time.
Thank you. I hope everybody heard that, because I think that they've actually made the point that to increase a development like this, the question is, in your profession, are you a conservation officer? Okay, but to actually put a development, would you agree that putting a development of this size within a conservation area, when that is the special interest of the conservation area, is appropriate? I'm asking the officers, whoever would like to respond to that, a professional question.
The impact on the conservation area is acknowledged, and it is identified that there will be a less than substantial harmful impact to the conservation area. That's page 50 of the report. And that would be by virtue of the encroachment of modern development into an area within the conservation area that would start to enclose the southern part of the conservation area. So that's less than substantial harm being identified using the terms of the National Planning Policy Framework. But that's not to say that less than substantial harm isn't a substantial and significant way. We have to give it due consideration because it is harm to a conservation area that has a statutory protection as a conservation area. That said, there's a balancing exercise that needs to be undertaken. When you've identified that harm, you must also, which is in this case less than substantial harm, when you follow through the requirements of the National Planning Policy Framework, it requires us to have regard to that less than substantial harm and to the benefits associated with the development. And it's that balancing exercise that comes at the end of the report, which balances the harm, the less than substantial harm here, and the benefits of the provision of 85 houses and the associated affordable housing. And the overall conclusion is that the harm can be accepted where the benefits are, in this case, considered to be substantial.
Thank you. Councillor Tomlin.
You want to do one question at a time, Councillor? Right. As I understand, in this occasion, there was discussion between the County Highways Officer and the consultants. They weren't happy with the first proposal, which didn't include proposals for the Hill Road Barn Lane Junction. There were further iterations and discussions. So in that case, it was the County Officer who just asked for further improvements. It would have been from the background information in the transport assessment and her professional opinion. Yes, they came forward with designs for improvements, as has already been discussed in the earlier comments. Those designs have been through a preliminary safety audit. One issue was picked up as a problem, a solution was recommended. They revised the design to accord with that. I think you know the answer to that one, Councillor. Less houses would generate less traffic, so there'd be less traffic flow on that road from the new development.
Okay, he's finished. Councillor Bound.
That would again be down to professional opinion of the County Highways Officer, because it would be works on the public highway.
Councillor Bound.
It's been asked. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much. I've just got two questions. The first one to Mr. Chapman. You say that there'll be less than substantial harm to the conservation area. How do we know the impact on the conservation area if we don't have details of the dwellings? And how do we, by what criteria do you say it's all right to go against one of our key saved policies, policy E3, which says that we have to have a fully detailed application in a conservation area, not an outline one? Surely that is the only way we can assess what the impact will be on a conservation area.
The application is an outline application, that's true, but it's not what I would call a bare bones outline application. So we've got all of the reserve matters submitted apart from the appearance. So we know the layout, we know the location of each of the dwelling and each of the dwellings, and we also know their footprint in terms of their length and size. We also know that the dwellings are intended to be two-storey dwellings, and that's actually part of the design code document, which is to be secured through condition. In addition to that, within the design code, it gives reasonably substantial details in terms of what the appearance of the properties are to look like. So we've got a good level of information with the application, although we don't have the appearance of the properties. That, coupled with the distance of the site and the buildings within the southern field in particular, from the main built core of the conservation area. So the new buildings aren't cheek by jowl with the buildings within the conservation area, where you might need to know every finite detail and every detailing. Leads to a point where you've got a sufficient level of information in this instance to be able to understand the impact that the proposal will have on the conservation area, which, as I've set out, is considered to be less than substantial. So that judgment can be made. So where there is statement within our SPD and the saved text of the local plan that we shouldn't be permitting applications, or I think it says we shall not permit applications within the conservation area that are outline applications, we would need to identify a harm, what we couldn't understand from the proposals, to be able to refuse the application. So it's not enough that you just don't have that information. There needs to be the further understanding of what it is that we can't possibly understand from not having that information. So there needs to be harm associated with it to be able to form a reason for refusal.
Thank you. I thought my question was quite simple, but it obviously wasn't. Just a little warning then, you're always warning us about precedents, so we hope that the next time there's a proposal in the conservation area that they don't say you allowed Gleeson an outline, so we should have one too. Anyway, my second question is very simple, and it's to the only transport officer that we've got. Could you just give us some indication of how sophisticated the modelling was for this plan for Barn Lane, Hill Road Junction? I know that in other applications where there's significant increase in traffic, we have computer programs that are run through with flow of traffic, etc., etc. Do you know how sophisticated the modelling was, or was it really just people saying we think?
I'm afraid I'm not that familiar with the background, so I only picked this up this week for committee. There was a full transport assessment. There was a standard computer software program used called Picardy. It was analysed all the junctions. The background discussions between the consultant and the county officer, I'm afraid I don't know how in depth that was.
Councillor Frost.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm so sorry to pick up from Councillor Taylor's point, but and I appreciate you've only just picked it up, and really I was hoping that Hampshire County Council were going to be here tonight, so we could have really grilled the traffic officer. But can you please just explain to me how, when we have a busy road like Hall Road, okay, and a junction realignment from Barn Lane onto Hill Road, okay, how by narrowing the pinch points you're actually going to improve traffic? You know, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding something here, but if you could please try and throw some light on that, I'd appreciate it.
I think all the points that have been made about it affecting the flow at certain times of the day, especially when the bus is stopping at the bus stop, it would be a rolling roadblock at that location. The obvious advantage in that layout by bringing the give way forward is it would help with visibility at that junction. the other aspects, I'm not so certain why it was developed in that way. And I think there could possibly be other ways of coming up with a solution at that junction.
Thank you, Chair. And just one more question. Thank you for that. I'm sorry to put you on the spot because it's not actually your design, but thank you for just making the comment that you can see that at times it will be a rolling roadblock. Could you please also just comment on pedestrian access down into the village, which effectively will be coming from this side here, coming south, and then turning left, okay, because the with prams and buggies, etc., coming from the development, I know that the pavement was pinched at one point below the pedestrian access to less than half a metre, which means that people with buggies will have to cross over Barn Lane and then move down and then cross back over at the junction, okay, to then cross over Hall Road. I can see that for being, you know, a nightmare for accidents as well. And I'd just like your comments on that, please.
I think we're dealing in Oakley, like many places, it's a place which has evolved over many generations, and there's different kinds of roads and different kinds of footways, and there are narrow footways in that location. What we're looking at with the solution which has been approved for the junction is a crossing from the Cedar Lodge junction to the other side where there's a wider footway. When we get down to the junction of Hill Road, is the widening of the footway by a pinch point to give a larger refuge for pedestrians and therefore reducing the carriageway, and then people crossing over to the footway that exists on the other side of the road and then continuing their journey from there.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say thank you very much to the officer for trying to defend what I believe is fairly indefensible. Thank you very much.
Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if I could ask, probably Mike, I think, really. It's just clarity in my own mind on the reference to the emerging local plan, which appears on page 5 of 183. Obviously, we're reminded by Councillor Golding that this site, unlike some others, greenfield sites, wasn't included within the draft local plan. But nevertheless, with the plan being at its examination stage, and we're reminded that local plan submitted local plan policies have little weight at this time, am I right in saying that we are obligated to consider this application in its own merit, irrespective of the fact that it wasn't listed within the draft local plan? We are both obligated and entitled to do that. Is that right? And I think I'm right in saying, aren't I, as well? I know it's referred to, but this was one of the sites that was listed in the SHLA and the Strategic Housing Land Allocation list. That remains the case, I believe. Is that right?
Absolutely, Councillor Potter. You are effectively required to determine the application on the basis of the policies before you at that time. It is acknowledged as a greenfield site, i.e. it isn't in the emerging local plan, not that material weight can be given to that at this stage in any case. So effectively, yes, it is a greenfield site, being considered as set out in the committee report on the basis of the current position on policy and the current position on 5-year housing supply, which effectively means that all existing policies in the local plan regarding housing and sort of protective policies in that area are effectively considered to be out of date.
Any more questions for officers? Apologise, I'm sorry. Councillor Harsey.
I've got myself confused about the relevance of the emerging neighbourhood plan and what weight we can give to it when considering this planning application this evening. And depending on your answer, the second part is, in the event that we should refuse this application and it went to appeal, what relevance would then the emerged neighbourhood plan have?
The neighbourhood planning festival is a core idea that the council are willing to support, wanting to support, and is something that is being taken through in our emerging local plan. For Oakley, the neighbourhood plan, a lot of work's gone into it, I understand, but it's yet to be formally published for consultation, and therefore at this stage it's not, when you follow national planning guidance, considered to be at an advanced stage, and therefore the weight that you can give to the neighbourhood plan at this current stage in time is limited, very limited, if any.
On the second part of the question, I mean, I think the essence is, again, that you need to determine the application as of today, as of the existing position today. It would be entirely contrary to the advice on prematurity in terms of the MPPG to refuse in anticipation of, by the time you get to an appeal, the situation may have changed effectively. That wouldn't be a reasonable approach.
Excuse me, I'm still confused. If this ended up going to an appeal, by which time the neighbourhood plan would have been fully adopted and agreed, is it then relevant retrospectively to when we made this?
Yes, depending on the stage that had got to at that time, but the decision on the planning permission is obviously today. So,
any more questions for our officers? Then we move into debate. You ward councillors, do you want to lead off? Councillor Frankham.
Well, I don't know if the ward members want to go first, or you'd rather me. It's a bit difficult. The difficulty I have is that I really wanted this to work because I want to see more social housing. And you went there, it's a nice field, everything seems to be going for it. Then you start hearing about the highways problems, the safety problems, parking problems, the way that it's laid out, the access, which is what we're here deciding, is it not? The outline and access. We're not deciding how many houses, how big they are, or whatever. It's this. Yeah, but not how big or how many or the detail. Yeah. Can outline and access.
The application is an outline application, but it's with all matters other than the appearance, so the elevations of the proposed buildings being reserved, so the scale and height, etc. of the building and their location on the layout plan are all known, and the numbers consequently.
Thank you. I haven't got a problem with housing being there. I've got a problem with the access, the safety, and so therefore I could not vote for this planning application. I wish I could, I'd want to, because we need the housing, but I can't. So I'm not going to propose or second, but I lay it that I will be voting against.
Councillor Frost, would the public please cease clapping and showing their emotions, because we will not get on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Where do I start with this? In reality, whilst I agree with Councillor Frankham that Oakley does need some housing and certainly social housing, of which there is quite a significant need around the local village. I have to say, I think this development, whilst the site is in the Schlar, okay, it's too many. It's in the development is too big to support the infrastructure, or for the infrastructure to support it. I know that there's already potential issues with sewerage. I know it's looking to deal with it by condition here. I think the matter is, if you excuse the expression, serious enough okay, to be dealt with by more than just condition. I also think that, you know, the access from Barn Lane into Hall Road is just ludicrous. It really is. I just can't get my head around how, you know, by narrowing the road there and moving the give way will make traffic move you know, more smoothly through what is actually the third busiest road through Oakley. So I have to say, from that perspective, I'm also very concerned about the pavement widths in Hall Road. I find it incongruous that we'll be asking residents with buggies to first cross Hall Road, sorry, Barn Lane, which would be a busy road, having effectively 250 vehicle movements a day, moving down to the junction, then crossing over again Hall Road, which will have even more vehicle movements on it and be very busy. I just find it totally incongruous, and unfortunately, I can't actually, you know, vote for this motion. So I'd like to put forward a motion to refuse the planning permission on those grounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much. As it's been proposed, I will second it. Traffic, I don't want to repeat what's been said because so much has been said about traffic, but the nub of it is this. This is the ancient part of Oakley. Emanating from the pond, you've got three roads, and they're the ancient roads of Oakley. They're Oakley Lane, Rectory Road and Hill Road. They're narrow because they're old. You've seen houses right on the road. We can't narrow them anymore because they've got old houses there. And the problem with this application is that it's looking to spill more traffic onto roads that just simply cannot take it. The neighbourhood planning team have other sites under consideration, sites which don't spill traffic onto these ancient roads, but are more on the periphery of the village and so can put their traffic onto the wider roads that are there. And so obviously I won't repeat what I think of the proposal to narrow the road in order to improve the traffic. But I would just put it to all of you people, this is so important to Oakley. Once this genie is out of the bottle, it's not going to go back in again. And it is going to cause mayhem, I am convinced. And so even on that ground alone, I would propose and second refusal. Also on the conservation issue, if we have policies that say one thing quite specifically and quite clearly, we should stick to them. And I think this is such an important conservation area. We want to see the whole design, not just a few diagrams. And I just would, this is up to the committee if they want to use the neighbourhood plan as part of the refusal or not. If we don't, I'd like it to be at least in an informative so that any inspector, if he does happen to see it, knows how we feel. But I would like us to hold our nerve on the decimation of our neighbourhood plans. This application site isn't allocated, as we've heard, in any of the local plan, and it's got a viable neighbourhood plan that's at a very advanced stage. It is actually on the cusp of being published. There's a draft already of it. It's 66 pages. I've seen it. It's brilliant. It's really good, and people have worked so hard on it. And to be honest, if the government's assurance that, and I quote, an emerging neighbourhood plan may be a material consideration. That's an emerging neighbourhood plan, not one that's finished. Then I think that of all the ones that we've considered so far, we must have nearly reached the tipping point on this one. And I would like us to hold our nerve on this because I think we should be putting our planning decisions where our conviction is. And our conviction is that local people should have the greatest say in what goes on in their locality. And so I would like that also to be one of our reasons, but I will hold it open to the committee to decide that. If it's not actually a reason, if we don't have the nerve to do that, let's at least put that in an informative so that the inspector knows how we feel. Thank you.
Councillor Frankham.
Just very quickly, what I want to say is actually going on the site visit was the key with me of being able to understand. It's okay in offices, etc., but going round and doing a site visit, it made it much more obvious. And I'm really, really happy that I went on the site visit. It put everything into perspective.
Councillor Tomlin. It's not relevant to this discussion, I'm afraid. Leave it. Any more questions? Well, sorry, Councillor Miller.
It's not a question. We're still in debate, I gather. I know it's been motion's been proposed.
Yeah,
and
no,
taken,
we're in debate.
But I'd just like to describe my unease. We're starting to put adjectives in front of some of the definitions of some of the words used in both the reports and in the answers that we're being given by officers. I'm not getting at officers, but there's an expression that appears in the report which got me thinking, and it was marginally sustainable. Now, I put it to everybody, and thank you, George, on that one. I don't know what the heck marginally sustainable is, because it's a definition that you could argue about all week. And this goes back to this business of the outline application. When is an application outline and when is it full? But if it's got a bit more detail in it, it's a bit more than an outline application. I thought an outline application, and we've dealt with many on this Development Control Committee, was, as Councillor Frankham described earlier, we knew what an outline application was, but now we find that it's not. And it's a bit more of this and a bit more of that. That's caused confusion, I think, among some of the members, certainly with me. I've been on development control on and off, more on than off, for 5.5 years, and suddenly things are changing. I don't know what marginally sustainable is. I haven't got a clue. We either elaborate what marginally sustainable is, or it's just there. I heard the supporters of this describing, well, 25 houses probably wouldn't be viable. Viable to who? Certainly viable to Oakley, because that's what Oakley's asking for. But the developer's putting forward a plan for 85 houses. That's probably viable in their terms. So these things are subjective. Depends which angle you're coming from. But 25 houses, from the neighbourhood plan point of view, I think would actually be absorbed into the existing road system. You don't want any more, because was there a calculation at one time that a 3-bedroom house would generate 7 car movements a day? There used to be a guideline from highways. So if you had 85 houses, you do the math. If you had 25 houses, you do the math. I can't support this application. We did ask questions on highways, and I fully acknowledge that the Basingstoke Transport Officer did his best. But the people who should be answering the questions are not here. That's incomplete. It doesn't give us the answers to be able to make a decision in any positive way to go forward. Thank you, Chair.
Just to pick up on those points, and I'll hopefully assist the committee in clarifying the reasons for refusal that have been put forward, if that would help. So far, I think on the issue of marginally sustainable, the highways officer will come back and just explain what that term means. On the issue of the outline application, just to clarify again, outline applications can come forward with any number of the reserved matters as part of the application. Often it is the case that it is outlined with only access to be considered. In this instance, it is outlined with all other matters apart from appearance. So effectively, it's still an outline application, but it is all matters apart from appearance to be considered. So that is why, on this occasion, effectively different to the policy, it has been put forward in the current form of a recommendation for approval. It is highly unusual for an outline application to come forward with so many details fulfilled, if you like, in the application. I'd suggest if it was an outline application with only access for consideration, that the recommendation may have been different, but it is so far forward effectively that's why the recommendation has been made as stated. In terms of marginally sustainable, I understand Mr. Pocock will come back. I think the nature of how it's worded in the report relates specifically to, in this instance, I know there's wider definitions of sustainability as we've discussed previously. I think in this instance it is to do with transport sustainability, distance to services, bus stops, etc., and is a term that has been used in a number of appeal decisions back to the authority, including Kennel Farm, I seem to recall. But perhaps Mr. Pocock can elaborate.
A bit of a misunderstanding there, Councillor. I don't know what the specific definition is. I think it's, degrees of measurement is just a bit more than not sustainable. I think I think the references come from the PPG 13. I will speak with the transport officer and ask him to get the definitions, the correct ones for you.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry, one final thing I forgot to mention in terms of Councillor Miller's points, if you like, that if the Hampshire Highways officer isn't here to answer the queries, then the issue is incomplete. The only point I would make there, and as I say, I'll hopefully assist the committee with the reasons for refusal put forward in a moment, is that if the committee were minded on any application, for that matter, to say, well, there isn't enough information before them to determine the application, and there is the option to defer that application, setting out what those reasons or issues are that you wish to be addressed. It wouldn't necessarily lead to a reason for refusal being proposed.
Councillor Barron, followed by Councillor Hussey.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've listened to many people speak tonight quite eloquently and persuasively. And I'm very uncomfortable about this application, bearing in mind what these people say. But my real problem is reasons for refusal when it comes down to it. And I don't know that I have heard reasons for refusal that I feel would stand the test were this to be appealed. And I mean, you certainly can't do 1, 2 or 3, I don't think. 4, possibly, but they're all possibles, and I don't think I can actually vote for refusal because I haven't really heard people put forward strong enough reasons for me to vote against it. And I'm sorry about that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Hussey.
I would like to follow a similar theme, and I think I would probably get support from all members of the committee here. I would like you, Chair, to write to Hampshire Highways. In view of the protracted discussions we've heard about this evening between the applicant and Hampshire Highways, in view of the difficulties at that junction which have been recognised by the objectors, I think it's very remiss of them not to be here this evening, and I would wish you to write on our behalf to express our disappointment with this committee has been badly let down and our own officers placed in a ridiculous situation.
Thank you, Councillor Hussey. You agree. I will do that and put that in action. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I just really wanted to help Councillor Bound decide if I can give him some good reasons for approval. I have my trusty local plan book here. On the issue of transport, I think this is probably the clearest and the soundest one that we have. I don't know if you're aware that our own policy E1 Part 3 says this, that development should not generate traffic of a type or amount inappropriate for roads, properties or settlements in the locality, and provide safe and convenient access for all potential users, integrating into existing movement networks and open spaces. I think that is quite clearly not happening here. I think that is totally against our own saved policy E1. Also in the MPPF paragraph 32, which was mentioned by Councillor Golding, safe and suitable access to the site. That's what it demands. Safe and suitable access to this site cannot be achieved for all people, either by pedestrians or cars. So it goes completely against NPPF paragraph 32 as well. On the conservation one, it is very clear, and I heard what Mike said, but actually our notes on that policy, saved policy E3, says that development within a conservation area must be submitted in the form of a fully detailed application. It doesn't say it mustn't be an outline one, it says it has got to be fully detailed. And that is a very clear policy that we have in our safe policies, and I think that is another very sound one that we can put forward as a reason for refusal. I leave it to the wisdom of the committee whether or not they want to talk about the neighbourhood plan, but I most certainly would.
So, Chair, just in terms of before the vote is taken, because obviously it will assist if the application was refused in any appeal decision. Effectively, there are a number of reasons or potential reasons for refusal have been discussed. Going back to the original motion from Councillor Frost, my record of that was to do with the access supported by the points Councillor Taylor has just raised. And so effectively the committee there would be saying they've considered the application as submitted, considered the access arrangements put forward, the commentary from the Highway Authority in the report, and for the reasons set out in terms of policy 1 and paragraph 32 of the MPPF, the committee is satisfied that there's substantive evidence to say that there would be a severe impact from the development on those grounds of not being able to provide a safe, convenient access for all users. So there's both vehicular and pedestrians. That would be one reason for refusal, as I understand it. The second is with regards to the conservation area, in terms of the level of detail of the application. Again, just to hopefully assist the committee, my only concern there is that if the reason for refusal didn't elaborate and say, well, what is the harm of that information being missing? You know, what is it specifically about the conservation area that would be adversely affected by not having it? And is there anything that can be brought through in terms of the final reserve matters? It almost needs to just go one step further and say, well, therefore the adverse impact on the conservation area would be to be a robust reason for refusal. As I say, I just put that forward in terms of hopefully assisting the committee. In terms of the other issues raised, neighbourhood plan, I think we understand that, so that'd be a prematurity argument, understanding the position of the MPPG. And the final one, picking up from Councillor Frost's original motion, was to do with sewerage. In terms of infrastructure, again, my only comment on that would be in terms of the responses from Southern Water and the Environment Agency and the conditions that are put forward. I do understand the point about wanting to see more detail at the application stage, but with those responses from the statutory consultees, I think again it would be difficult, similar to the Worting Farm position where drainage was an issue, to say that the issues couldn't be overcome by condition. To sum up, I understand the reasons put forward are transport, the impact on the conservation area, prematurity relating to the neighbourhood plan, and adverse impact in terms of sewerage, presumably both foul and surface water. That's as I understand the nature of the reasons for refusal.
Chair, if I may, yes, certainly the foul. Okay, I think the drainage issue was dealt with, if I remember correctly, by having large lakes, for want of a better word, or filled ditches. Okay, so I certainly think it's just the foul area. I also think that it's just a general traffic issue. You know, I have to say my objection here is it's too many houses. You know, so therefore it's the sheer number of vehicle movements that you're putting into, okay, the local road structure. It's just not sustainable. It's such a significant impact. You know, it's laughable.
So hopefully, just to capture it, it's the number of units and the access arrangements, so that effectively the access arrangements cannot deal with the number of units being put forward in a safe way, and that is a severe impact. That is the reason being put forward before the vote on that basis. So effectively, there are 4 reasons for refusal: the transport impact, the impact on the conservation area, the neighbourhood plan, and the impact on foul drainage only would be the reasons to be voted on.
Councillor Frankham.
Yeah, I differ quite a little bit on this because my issue isn't necessarily the number of houses. My issues are the highways and the narrowing. I think to say 25 houses or whatever, to put a number, I would want to say 25 because I think we could build more. My concern is actually the access and how you get through, that they've got to narrow the road, which they probably still have to do if they had, say, half the houses. I'm uncomfortable in actually quoting numbers of houses.
Again, hopefully if I can assist, I think the point being raised by Councillor Frost, I'm sure, correct me if I've got this wrong, is that it is mainly the access arrangements which are the issue here, but that concern is informed by the number of houses. So there's no need for the committee to come up with an alternative number. It's just simply that the access arrangements would be unsafe to cover those points.
So we don't mention 85, 25 or whatever. Right. Then I'm not.
Thank you, Chair. Mike Townsend's got my motion completely right as we stand there. I would like to also bring in the neighbourhood plan, though. I think it's important.
Good, okay. And any further from members? No? Well, we have a proposal to refuse this.
We just have a readout of the neighbourhood plan.
I understand the committee's concerns would be effectively that the approval of this proposal would prejudice the bringing forward of the neighbourhood plan. It would be similar to reasons for refusal put forward on a similar application at Caesar's Way in Whitchurch, which committee will be familiar with.
Right, okay, let's take a vote. Those who wish to refuse.
And Chairman, one further point to add on this type of situation, if the application was refused because the Section 106 agreement hasn't been signed at this time, we would normally also include a reason for refusal on lack of Section 106. So I'd suggest that would be a fifth reason to include on the motion.
Right, those in favour of refusal? Those against? Thank you. Do you wish to abstain? Thank you. Right, the motion is, do I have to? Officer will confirm.
Thank you, Chairman. That application is refused. For reasons of transport impact, conservation area impact, neighbourhood plan being prejudiced, sewerage and the lack of a legal agreement. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Right, we move on to the next item. Okay, we're going to have a 5-minute comfort break. Thank you. Right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We move on to item number 2, Harriet's Farm, Fair Oak Lane, Stratfield Say. And for this, I have officer presenting and Mr. Terrett Drake, and in support, Mr. Robin Buchanan to speak. And I'll ask Patricia Logie to propose it. Thank you.
As stated in the update papers, there's an amendment to the description of development from that on the printed papers. The description of development is outline application for up to 5 dwellings with access and scale for consideration, all other matters reserved. Further correspondence was received from the applicant's agent on the 27th of January that was copied to members. The response to this is given in the update papers. In summary, this is an outline application for up to 5 dwellings, access and scale for consideration only. Reference is made to the 1982 enforcement notice in the report as a factual account of the planning history, but the committee is advised that as there is an open enforcement investigation, it may be prejudicial to any outcome of that investigation to discuss the detail further than they are recorded in the report at this evening's meeting. The committee is advised that the council's position is that the 1982 enforcement notice referred to in the report is extant, and therefore the lawful use of the site is agricultural. The recommendation is for refusal. Members visited the site on the 22nd of January.
Thank you. Right. First of all, Mr. Terrett Drake. You will have 4 minutes and I'll give you 1 minute's notice.
Thank you. Chairman, committee members, thank you for allowing me to outline my client's strong concerns about this proposal. The applicant is essentially trying to convince everyone that this is a sustainable and appropriate form of development in the countryside. As outlined by your planning officer, this is clearly contrary to planning policy and should be refused without question. The applicant is trying to mislead everyone that this is appropriate because it will, 1, tidy up the site, 2, reuse brownfield land, 3, it will remove lorries and haulage yard to provide a permanent satisfactory solution. The only real satisfactory solution is for the appellant to stop using the land as a haulage yard and return it to agriculture. It must be noted the applicant actually caused the untidiness on the site in the first place. None of the applicant's assertions should be taken favourably. His industrial operations are not lawful and do not have planning consent. The applicant has continued to evade the planning authority's enforcement notice, which is still valid, and so I urge you to take swift action. The site sits within a remote, isolated location. There is no policy to allow this development to be approved. Lawfully, it is agricultural land and a greenfield site. National policy suggests there is a presumption in favour of sustainable development. However, in reverse, there must be a presumption to refuse development that is not sustainable. Within a past appeal decision of this site, a planning inspector noted that Harriet's Farm is not adjacent to Stratfield Say, and therefore any development must be regarded to be an exception. He concluded that, I do not consider that the appeal site is closely related to Stratfield Say, nor do I consider it to be a village, because it has no facilities or services that one would expect to find in a village, such as a school, shop, or post office. Section 55 of the National Planning Policy Framework suggests that isolated homes in the countryside will not be approved unless there are very special circumstances, which includes 1, an essential need for rural workers, 2, it would preserve a heritage asset, 3, it would reuse a redundant or disused building, and 4, it would lead to an exceptional quality or innovative design. None of those tests apply to this site. It will simply allow an inappropriate suburban intrusion in the countryside for executive homes which are not required, nor are they sustainable. There is no national or local planning policy to remotely allow this development to be approved. The applicant's endeavours to convince everyone that this is a brownfield site is not fair or correct, and everyone knows that it is unlawful. He is playing a planning game. Supporters of the proposal indicate that it will enhance the village and will house young families. The architect's plans clearly show executive large houses. They will command a high value and will have no benefit for the village. Thank you. The overall design and size of the houses are considerable and will be a huge intrusion to this rural landscape. It will have a catastrophic effect. The precedent will be alarming and will allow a carte blanche justification for developers to erode our precious countryside with crass forms of development. We are truly shocked that the applicant finds the design to be acceptable when it clearly should only be allowed within an urban area. As your planning officer defines in the report, this would in effect set a precedent that the blatant breach of planning controls and enforcement notices can be rewarded with a valuable planning permission for a residential scheme, which would be seriously detrimental to the future effectiveness of the council's ability to protect the borough from unauthorised and unlawful development in the future. We urge members to refuse this application, as the only benefit this application will bring is to the applicant. We understand there is a need for housing within Basingstoke and Deane. However, planning guidance is clear. Housing must be within or adjacent to the defined settlement boundaries, and that all other applications should be refused unless on exceptional circumstances. There is no exception to this rule on this site.
Draw to a conclusion, please.
Will do. Through past experience, it is clear the applicant will stop at nothing, and so we must use this decision as a catalyst to stop this unwelcome behaviour and to allow your officers to take necessary action to remove the unlawful industrial uses on the land. Members, please refuse this application and trust your officers that this is not appropriate. Thank you.
Questions, members, to Mr. Turret-Drake? No? Councillor Bound.
Where do you live in relation to the site, please?
Where do I live?
Yes, in relation to the site.
I'm acting for a client.
Is your client nearby?
Yes. She's behind me. They are within sight of within the area. Yes.
Thank you. Any more questions? No. Thank you, Mr. Turret-Drake. Mr. Robin Buchanan, please. You will have 4 minutes, and I'll give you a minute's notice towards the end.
Thank you, Chairman and members. I'm the applicant's planning consultant. At a site meeting in 2013, your officers, councillors Mr. Gardner and Mrs. Tucker, and members of the Rogers family agreed that an outline application for housing was a suitable way to consider the future of this site. The aim was to establish the principle of clearing the site of existing uses and buildings, redevelop it with some housing, remove HGV traffic, and achieve significant landscape, visual, and residential amenity improvements, recognising that, firstly, it is not a true greenfield site. It is already developed with a large hard standing and large earth bund. These are immune from enforcement action. Secondly, it is not an isolated or sporadic development. Officers now accept there is a valid planning permission for the conversion of the adjoining barns to 3 houses. These are not derelict buildings. However, officers have reported every fault to you on detail, even though not relevant to your decision this evening, which is on principle. The occupiers of the houses on Keeps Corner, next to the site, and a number of other local residents can see the benefit of granting permission and the principle of this application. In a small way, it would also help with delivery of housing. The barns, Harriet's farmhouse and buildings nearby already include 2-storey scale and massing. If members do not like the indicative plans, then there is no need to refuse the application. The application is in outline for up to 5 houses, and detailed design, siting layout and appearance are not issues for now. Details can be agreed at reserved matters stage or with a new application. This application was never intended to be about detail or only policy considerations. The houses do not have to be suburban or executive. They can have the appearance of barns and agricultural buildings to reflect what officers now describe at the site as a traditional farmstead.
These can form part of the setting of Heriot's farmhouse in the same way as officers find the existing barns do, even after conversion to residential use. This would form a small hamlet of well-designed houses that is typical of the local area. The council did not object to the conversion of the existing barns to houses and gardens with an agricultural access track running next to and past the barns. This is no different to the same access and track running past new houses in the current application, yet officers now find this relationship unacceptable. This is inconsistent and the objection is unreasonable. That said, and if necessary, the applicant will accept a condition to limit the use of the paddock to the south for equestrian use only, not agricultural use. Any resolution to grant outline permission would be subject to a legal agreement being entered into for developer contributions. The applicant also agrees to a planning condition or legal agreement to cease the operation of the transport and haulage business from the site within 6 months of an outline permission being granted. That is substantially sooner than the time that reserve matters and commencement of development could otherwise take, i.e. up to 5 years. It would give clear and unambiguous control of the site to the council and is a pragmatic, problem-solving approach to the future of this site. This would appear to be in the interests of the council and local people, including the occupiers of Heriot's farmhouse. I hope you find these comments helpful and that you are able to support the principle of what this application is trying to deliver and of course take this case on its particular merits. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Do members any questions for Mr. Buchanan? No? No? Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Questions to officers? Members? Debate then. Oh, Councillor Potter.
Sorry, Chairman, I beg your pardon. Just on a question, if I may, to officers, in regard to the history, which I know was referred to briefly, I think, by Mr. Buchanan, going back to 94, the conversion of redundant farm buildings into 3 dwellings with garages, which was approved. Is that also the same farm buildings that was subsequently considered an application in 96, which was conversion of farm buildings to offices and demolition of remaining farm buildings? Is that one and the same?
Yes, they're the same buildings on the site, adjacent to this site in the Blue Land.
And it's probably an obvious point, I'm sorry if I've missed it, but obviously no work was done in regard to either of those matters since that date, and those buildings remain in that farm buildings state, presumably at the present time. Is that right?
As updated in the report, we got clarification and additional information from the applicant that the residential permission had been implemented, and therefore that's then considered to be extant on the information provided. So it's not the office permission, it's just the residential.
Any more questions? Debate then. Oh, sorry, Councillor Tomlin.
If you look at, sorry, I'll just find it for you, page 114 on the printed papers. They're not written in detail, but the second paragraph down, the conditions relate to construction method statement, means of access, turning area, visibility, refuse storage and collection points, car parking to meet standards, open brackets number, size, spaces and garages.
Any more debates? Councillor Bowen.
Yeah, I'm not sure that many of us here actually were on the planning bus on Friday to see this site. I was one of them. I think Jane was, and Sven. In my opinion, and in reading the report, the report's got it exactly right. As far as I'm concerned, it's outside any settlement policy boundary. It's definitely not in a sustainable location. The houses do not fulfill a purpose of being for essential agricultural workers. It will be out of character, and there's definitely going to be conflict between the haulage operation that seems to operate in the yard and the houses that are going to be built. And then there will be this conflict between the access to these houses and the yard. So I move it for officer recommendation.
Councillor Miller.
I'll second that proposal.
Any other comments? Then we'll move. I've got a proposal and a seconder to refuse. Those in favour? Those against? The motion's carried. Thank you. Sorry, members, I didn't ask for abstentions. Were there any then?
I abstain only on the basis that I didn't go on the site visit. I know it's a bit of a cop-out, but I'm abstaining on this one occasion.
Right, so there were two. Thank you. So the officer, if you would.
I confirm that the planning application has been refused as on the printed papers.
Thank you. Right, now we move to item number 3, which is Brushwood, the Lynchwick Church, Hampshire. And to speak, I have Parish Town Council, Mr. Harris, followed by Mr. Faulkner and Miss Toth, followed by the Ward Councillor, Councillor Watts. And I will ask Brian Conlon to propose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application refers to a residential plot within the Lynch, which contains a detached bungalow and a parking area adjacent to London Road. The application seeks permission for the construction of an extension to provide a first floor to the existing bungalow, incorporating the raising of the roof and the erection of ground and first floor side and rear extensions. The proposal would lead to the remodelling of the property from existing bungalow to a 2-storey dwelling. Officers are recommending the application be approved, subject to the conditions listed at the end of the paper report, which includes a rewording as indicated in the update sheet of condition 5 and 6. There is an additional slight amendment to condition 5 as reported in the update. The plan number for condition 5 should refer to revision B, not revision A. Okay, so there's the plan at the back of that item, which members will note should be received 6th of January. That should be revision B, and what's displayed there is revision A. Okay?
Thank you. Right. Parish Town Council, Councillor Andy Clems, please.
I understand that Councillor Clems has a family.
Thank you, Councillor. Then Mr. Harris, please. Mr. Harris, you'll have 4 minutes, and I'll give you a minute's notice.
I am speaking on behalf of myself and the other public objectors. This proposal to take a modest 2-bedroom bungalow and replace it with a disproportionate 4-bedroomed house, which will be so tall and wide it will result in 5 properties suffering severe loss of privacy, be excessively overbearing, and cause severe overshadowing to 3 of these properties,
Your document SPD 16 Residential Amenity Design Guidance says, the best way of ensuring privacy for new and existing housing is to ensure that windows do not look onto private areas. These private areas include habitable rooms, living rooms, dining rooms, bedrooms, kitchens and patio areas and gardens. Dwellings should have sufficient daylight to allow the comfortable use of habitable rooms. Residents should also be able to enjoy an outlook of good quality from these rooms and spaces without adjacent buildings being overbearing. Within our Lynch community, the 5 properties affected by this proposal are 43 London Street. The planning officer has said that this property is already overlooked by 43A London Street. This is not the case, as due to a large tree between the properties which provides mutual privacy. But the new property will, due to the raising in height of the property and the excessively large picture window on the first floor, lose all privacy to their private garden, including their patio area, their main bedroom and their dining area. 43A London Street, my own property, will lose all privacy to the seating area on our raised terrace and also our kitchen and library, a room not included in the planning officer's report. It will also be completely overshadowed down its eastern side, resulting in the inevitable increase in our carbon footprint because we will end up having to burn more fossil fuels in order to heat and light our house. Lynch Combe will lose all privacy to their kitchen, dining room, main bedroom and the private seating area in their garden. The proposed east side extension significantly reduces the distance between the existing property and their boundary. They will be overlooked by windows on both floors of the new property, in addition to the concertinaed ceiling-to-floor windows at the rear of the new property. 53 The Lynch will, because of the east side extension bringing the new property closer to their own and the raising in height of the property, lose all privacy in their living room, conservatory and private seating area in their garden. 51 The Lynch, a property the planning officer did not mention in his report, will lose all privacy to their kitchen for the same reasons as 53 The Lynch. In November, I commissioned a company called Right of Light Consulting to undertake a daylight, sunlight and rights of light review. Their consultant concluded after undertaking the review that this planning application would breach the 25-degree test for daylight and infringe upon my legal rights of light. Their letter of objection went on to say that, in view of our initial assessment, we would request that no decision in favour of the application is made by the committee members until the applicant undertakes a daylight and sunlight study, which details the impact of the proposed development upon our client's property and evidences compliance of the BRE guidelines. This has not happened. In conclusion, because of the breach of the BRE guidelines to my property, and with no evidence from the applicant showing their compliance, and contrary to the planning officer's view, the loss of light will have a detrimental impact upon our property, plus the fact that we believe that the proposed development is in direct contravention of the residential amenity design guidance regarding the loss of privacy and amenity to the 5 neighbouring properties.
1 minute.
And that the parking area belonging to the new property is not big enough for a 4-bedroom house according to the residential parking standards, and the fact that the Lynch is one of the most historic areas in Whitchurch with houses dating back to the Battle of Culloden and the American Revolution. I have been consulting with solicitors to bring either a judicial review against a decision or a civil legal right of light claim should planning permission be granted. We request that this application is refused. I will be happy to answer any questions that committee members would like to ask me.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any questions for Mr. Harris? Councillor Byrne.
Could you just tell me again which house you are resident at?
43A London Street.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I wasn't on the viewing, so I'm just trying to get a picture of the area. On our diagram, it shows this existing and proposed street view. Is yours the house that's pictured next door? The 3-storey house?
That's right, yeah.
And could you just, as you know the area well, how many bungalows are there in that particular area of the Lynch?
This is the only one.
Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Chairman. I just wanted to clarify, in terms of your reference to a landscape window in the proposed dwelling, is that the one that appears on the south, the front elevation? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, that's right.
And in terms of your concern about that, in terms of presumably the overlooking factor, what would that actually overlook in terms of where that appears relevant, for example, to your own property?
Well, as I mentioned at the beginning of the statement, I'm talking on behalf of the other public objectors. So that large picture window, bearing in mind they are reversing the living quarters of this house. So the bedrooms are on the ground floor and the kitchen, light living room are on the first floor. So this picture window is going to be the picture window for their living room. Now that will look directly onto 43 London Street. There is nothing blocking the view. They will look straight there. It will be as high or higher than their main bedroom. They will look straight into their garden, straight into their dining room and their kitchen and living area. It's a the first floor, the living area is open planned. So this means that you could be stood diagonally opposite this window and you will still see into these people's bedrooms, dining rooms, etc., because of the open plan nature of the first floor.
Any more questions? Councillor Potter. No?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, because I was on the site visit, and the photograph that was just up actually jogged my memory that I'm sure I'm right. Actually, the front looked out onto the car park. There's not another house in front of it. You can see the top of the bungalow as it is there, so it looks on the car park. I don't understand. Where is 43A then? Sorry, in relation on that photograph.
43A is the house you can see to the left. 43 London Street is the house to the left off of the picture, so you can't see it because it's not on the picture. You would overlook because the first floor is an open plan. Therefore, when you're sat down in your sitting room with this large picture window in front of you, you'll be sat down, perhaps looking westwards, but you'll be looking straight at this number 43.
Councillor Frankham, may you...
Right, so you wouldn't be looking out. You'd have to, if you wanted to have a little peer in somewhere, you'd be... It's to the side, it's not in front. I thought you were saying it's directly in front. So it's just so that it's in my mind. Thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Harris? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris. Mr. Faulkner and Ms. Toth, please. You're on your own. I'm on my own. 4 minutes, and I'll give you a minute's notice at the end.
Thank you. Chair and committee members, thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak tonight. I am the agent acting on behalf of the applicant and will also be speaking on his behalf. After substantial consultations with the planners, we have submitted this scheme which meets with the requirements of the planning officer, who has also recommended this for approval. We believe that this is a good solution to bring a substandard dwelling up to modern standards. The environment that it is located in has no particular architectural merit, with a number of the properties having been extended and enlarged over the years, and in style. In fact, this is the only single-storey dwelling on the Lynch, and the proposal would bring the property in line with all the other properties along the Lynch and would not look out of place. It should be noted the adjacent property, number 43A, is set back behind brushwood and is a 3-storey dwelling, which currently overlooks and dwarfs brushwood. The proposed design for brushwood takes into consideration features from the existing building using similar materials, and the design has been simplified to blend in rather than conflict with the current setting. My client's intention is to carry out the works and live in the house for the foreseeable future with his young family, who are very excited at the prospect of obtaining approval, as it gives them a fantastic opportunity to get on the property ladder. They are currently renting a property in the borough, and my client has lived within 3 miles of the property for the last 17 years, and his parents live just within 2 miles of the property. I'd ask you to vote in support of the planning officer's recommendation and not be swayed by any non-planning issues. The benefits to my client and his family would by far outweigh the minimal impacts that the proposed works would bring. It is a great opportunity for a young family. This is a positive and practical solution to addressing the shortage of housing stock locally without building on greenbelt, new plots or infill plots. We hope the committee will support this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toth. Do any questions? Councillor Miller, followed by Councillor Frankham.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. We heard a few minutes ago from an objector about these daylight sunlight studies. Has that ever come into your consideration when you were developing the plan, and was it ever mentioned to you by the planning officers?
We did consider it, but however, as Brushwood is forward of 43A, but also the windows that it would affect are bathroom, kitchen windows. So obviously they're not main sort of rooms of the house. Furthermore, it's only the window to the kitchen is only a secondary window to number 43A. The main aspect of 43A's kitchen is at the rear, which has a much bigger aspect. So it would not really affect this.
Thank you. Councillor Frankham.
Sorry, I seem to be having more than my fair share this evening. I went on the site visit and as you know, I asked a bit for it all to be paced out. I wanted to get in my mind exactly where the windows were. One where there were scenes overlooking, you were saying there was no windows there. The next house over had got 2 windows, but they were both opaque. It's just I don't recognise the description from the gentleman as to what I actually saw. So can you explain just a little bit more about the windows and the relation to where they are? Because they also brought up about there were some trees in the back, very substantial trees, wasn't there?
When you're talking about 43A, the windows are on the side and they are bathroom windows which are have obscure glazing already on them. And also there is a kitchen window which is set back on the side elevation of 43A, which is set back far enough for it not to be affected by any overlooking issues from the new property. In fact, there's a condition on the application for the staircase window, which is actually quite high, to have obscure glazing. So that would obviously stop any overlooking issues there. The other side window that we're proposing on the new property is a high level window within a bedroom on the ground floor. So again, that won't have an issue overlooking that particular property. The other property that the previous Mr. Harris was referring to was the property set at the rear. And we've kept all windows away from that property. There are bifold doors at ground floor level, even though it's a raised ground floor level, and they face out towards the back of the property. They're not angled towards the property. They're actually directly straight ahead, which is onto the land behind Brushwood's property.
Any more questions for Ms. Toth? Thank you, Ms. Toth. Right. Councillor Watts. Councillor, you'll have 4 minutes and I'll give you 1 minute's notice towards the end.
Thank you, Chairman. This report dismays me. There are so many bad things in it, I'll have to talk in headlines and hope that members will ask me questions to clarify the details. The report recommends you to reject the clear and comprehensive advice of the Conservation team to refuse this application on several grounds. It misrepresents the SPD appendix on extensions. It dismisses the only expert evidence we have on daylight and sunlight. It departs from precedent, custom and practice on highways issues by recommending approval of an off-road parking plan that's scarcely feasible. We'll come on to that. That's scarcely feasible to cope with the required additional vehicle space. The issue of I did ask for the new parking layout plan to be displayed while I was speaking. Oh, there it is. It's arrived now. The issue of off-road parking is usually illustrated by this plan now being displayed. Ignore the wrong numbers in the box that says bay sizes. If we could perhaps blow it up a bit more, you can see that the dimensions are marked on the plan. We can't do that. The parking area is not wide enough for two vehicles side by side. The report says on page 127 that, quotes, the eastern parking bay, which is bay 3, is not in compliance with the recommended dimensions for a parking bay adjacent to a wall or fence of 3 metres in width. However, it's considered a shortfall in width of between 0.3 and 0.1 of a metre wouldn't render the space unusable. Fair enough, but parking bays 1 and 2 on the western boundary are only 2.4 metres wide. The officer's report avoids this embarrassment by condition 5 that the whole of the parking area shown should be kept free of obstacles and retained available for the purpose of parking, loading, etc., together with the storage of domestic waste containers. The snag is that the western portion of the site, as mentioned in the second paragraph on page 127, is retained for use by the occupants of another house, Regline, which is up for sale. The condition number 5, which has been rewritten, depends on there being no fence or boundary. If you could see the note at the bottom with an arrow pointing to that left-hand boundary, it's saying there's to be no development, no obstacles or anything on that line. But that line is going to be the boundary between two properties. And I have gave notice of a request for legal advice on whether the owners of Regline, when it's sold, can be bound by that condition. So I hope that that advice will be coming. I think it's unlikely, because basically what we're being said is that whole space is suitable for 5 vehicles. Incidentally, of course, the bottom line is the B3400 carriageway. There's no verge, no pavement. Now, the conservation team have provided a devastating indictment of this application in 1,533 words. There's a lot of work in there, and many of the things already mentioned are answered in that detail. The report in front of you rejects that advice in 2 sentences by reference to an appeal decision on a house that's not in a conservation area and is consequently irrelevant. Near the bottom of page 123, this report quotes the MPPF as saying that, quote, local planning authorities should not seek to enforce design styles or forms where harm cannot be substantiated. Well, the conservation team has substantiated the harm that would be done to this treasured corner of the Whitchurch Conservation Area, and they've cited section 12 of the MPPF as authority. So who's arrogant enough to overrule them? The report says at the bottom of page 122, the proposed extension would significantly alter the scale and mass of the application dwelling.
Time, I'm afraid.
Yes.
Can you just draw to
I'll come to a conclusion. Please refuse this application. 3 reasons for refusal can be taken verbatim from the report of the conservation team, which is repeated at the bottom of page 119, top of page 120. The first sentence of the last paragraph on page 122 can be taken verbatim to deal with the policy of subservience to host dwelling. I hope someone will ask me to read what this actually says. So please refuse this.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Watts? Councillor Potter, followed by Councillor Frost.
I just wanted to clarify, Councillor Watts, if I could, you're concerned about the parking bays, and I don't know whether my arithmetic's very good or not, really, but in terms of 2.4 metres or 2.5, which one is listed as, but 2.4 I think is about 7'10" wide, you know, by my old imperial calculation. Is that not wide enough, you're saying, for a parking bay?
What I'm saying is that this report tells us that where the bay is on a boundary with a hedge or a fence, the standard is 3 metres. And for that reason, the bay 3 is wider. But what this application is obviously implying is that entry and exit from the vehicles in Bay 1 and Bay 2 will be overlapping into the neighbouring land. And I have asked the condition that there should be no obstacles on that line or on that land Is it enforceable on a new owner? And I suspect not.
Thank you. Councillor Frost?
Thank you, Chair. My question was ably just asked and answered. Thank you very much.
Very good. Any other questions for Councillor Watts? No. Thank you, Councillor Watts. And I apologise once again for our early departure or attempted early departure at the site. Yep. Right. Now, questions to officers? Councillor Bound, followed by Councillor Frost and Taylor.
Could I just ask the officers, the drawings that we have, where it says existing street view and then the proposed street view, who puts those together? Because it's not my recollection of looking at the site, in that 43A seemed to me to be set well back from brushwood, and presumably the bottom right-hand building is 49, which is the other side of the Lynch. And that street view just does not, for people who haven't been to the site, it doesn't give a very good overview of what it actually looks like.
Thank you, Councillor. It is, in fact, it's a 2D plan that shows a section through the actual site, incorporating both number 43A, which is on your left, and number 49. Number 49 is obviously set forward of the Lynch. Number 43A is set back in line, or broadly in line, with brushwood. So it is a section as such. It doesn't show how far forward or how far back each respective property is, moreover how it's aiming to show the external height difference and what would be perceived from the London Road.
Yes.
Sorry, even in this view here, you can see that it's well set back, and I'm just, if we don't get good plans to look at, it's difficult to judge things.
I don't understand the point Councillor Bound's raising, but to answer the first question, effectively the street view is submitted by the applicant or the applicant's agent in this instance. It's used as part of the assessment. It's one plan of many, so it's effectively taking that as an illustrative representation of the two buildings side by side, albeit as Mr. Conlon says, it is a two-dimensional plan. So it's necessary to consider the location plan as well, which will obviously then inform in terms of the position forward or backwards. So it's used simply for indicative purposes to show the heights.
Right, Councillor Frost, followed by Councillor Taylor, followed by Councillor Hussey.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, obviously the evidence of or the entitlement to sunlight was mentioned, and I'm just wondering whether officers can just enlighten me on the actual entitlement to sunlight and light.
Thank you, Councillor. The officer, in arriving at the recommendation, has made an assessment of the windows proposed and the existing windows serving the occupants of the adjacent properties. The orientation of the buildings has been taken into account, and the use of those windows in what rooms they serve, and whether they are, for example, habitable rooms like bedrooms, lounges, etc., or bathrooms, kitchens, with single or dual aspect. Okay. In the case of the application, there are 3 windows directly on the neighbouring elevation. 2 of them serving bathrooms which are obscure glazed, and the third one is a secondary kitchen window which also receives an outlook from a rear-facing window to the north. The assessment of harm takes into account those facts and whether the development itself would cause a level of harm that officers could justifiably defend. It's not been considered that this application is harmful enough.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Could I just ask officers, is the fact that there is a living room on the first floor a consideration that we can take into account? I'm assuming that anybody who's got a two-storey house can decide to make their front bedroom window, their front bedroom a living room if they want to. But obviously, when it comes to overlooking, you're much more likely to be overlooking from your living room than from a bedroom. Is this anything that we can use as a consideration or not, or could they just call it a bedroom and change their minds?
The internal layout of the house is something that has been considered. The control over the internal arrangement of rooms will, in terms of the impact, come from what those rooms are and how large and the orientation of those windows and the distances between neighbouring properties. In this case, the upstairs front living room window has been assessed in relationship to the existing relationships in the immediate area, the proposed relationships in terms of what this window would allow someone sitting in the room to overlook, and what angles and distances that particular window would benefit from. So as Councillor mentioned earlier, in terms of looking ahead or looking to the side, whether the angle is acute or sort of abstract or so on, have been taken into account.
Could I just ask, therefore, if that's okay, so the fact that it's designated a living room does make a difference in that people will be sitting there for much longer gazing out of it than if they're just going to bed at night and it's a bedroom?
A living room and a bedroom are both considered reasonably similar in terms of their usage. They can be used for as long or as little as someone desires. Ultimately, that's not within our control. But the fact that it is a living room is acknowledged, and in acknowledging it's a living room, the relationship have been looked at carefully.
Councillor Hussey?
I was looking to the officers to answer the question posed by Councillor Watts concerning the no permanent physical structure on the parking to the left of bays 1 and 2. Could we have that question answered, please?
Councillor, the indicated line is within the red line of the application, and the condition would apply to the land, not to the ownership.
Any other questions to officers? Then let us move into debate. Do I have anybody? Councillor Frankham.
First, can I thank Councillor Watts? I know we started a couple of minutes early. He came back and we trundled all the way back up and went all the way round by the next property. We did have a much more thorough look. All it actually did was convince me more that actually I couldn't see where they were saying there was overlooking. I think it had all been taken into account. Everything was measured. So I'm glad we went back. I'm glad we went and had a look, because it's made it really easy for me. And from what I've heard tonight, I'm not necessarily going to second it or propose it, but I actually think that there would be no harm, and I think it would probably look very attractive.
Yeah. Any more? Councillor Court.
I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Frankham. It was very beneficial having a look around. But where we're going to differ slightly, I'm quite prepared to move the recommendation.
Councillor Hussey.
They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And looking, I haven't didn't see the site, but looking at the plans it presented with the wooden cladding and even round a large sort of picture window, I can't understand why the conservation officer's objections seem to have been almost dismissed. Visually dominant, discordant element. And for a conservation area, that building in a different area might be a different matter, but in a conservation area, I'm inclined to agree with the conservation officer.
Thank you. Councillor Bound.
I would have to agree with what my fellow councillor has said. I did go on the viewing panel, I have no objection whatsoever to the actual extension to the rear of the property. It was very modest and wouldn't really affect too much, and the roof formation was okay. But this huge, great picture window, or whatever they call it, in the front of the building is totally incongruous to my mind in the area. So I really can't go along with approval of this application.
Councillor Goodison.
I'm happy to second the proposal to approve.
Approval.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2.
3.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes, 3.
Any abstentions? No. Right, the motion is carried. Thank you.
Chair, may I just take the opportunity to confirm the recommendations?
Quiet, please.
The recommendation is to approve subject to the conditions listed in the report with the amendments included in the update, which includes revision B on the plans.
Thank you. Right, we move to item number 4, 193 May Street, Basingstoke. And to speak, I've got Mrs. Lee and Mr. Byrne and Mr. A. Taylor. And I'll ask the officer to present, please.
The application is for a 5-bedroom house in multiple occupation at 193 May Street. Within the update, members should note that this clarification has been received on the amended plans submitted, and that the proposed cycle store is reusing an existing building. It's not a new building, it's reusing an existing structure. The recommendation is for approval subject to conditions on the order paper.
Thank you, Nicola. Mrs. Lee and Mr. Byrne, please. Thank you. You will have 4 minutes, and I'll give you a minute's notice at the end, and you press the big button.
Good evening. I'm the owner of 191 May Street, which is adjacent to 193. And my main concern about this proposal is extra noise from the amount of people that are potentially going to be living in this property, and not. It's because it's not now going to be a family home, it's going to be a home with lots of different people coming and going. It's going to be potentially short leases, so people will be coming in and out. And the party wall on the property is not like I say, a traditional party wall. It dog legs and sort of almost wraps around the house. So my lounge is adjacent to one of the bedrooms, the bedroom at the front of the property, and also the kitchen. At the moment, I think there's possibly 1 or 2 people living there at the moment, and I can hear lots of noise through the walls from just 1 or 2 persons living at the property. Like I say, my main lounge is next door to the kitchen area, and this is potentially going to be a busy part of a house with obviously lots of people coming and going at maybe different times, because it's going to be all sorts of, the dynamics of this sort of house is not going to be like a family home where, maybe, mum, dad comes home, or, the kids, and then they have tea and they sit down and that's it. They go into one room or whatever. The people are going to be all over this house. Like I say, the party wall, it's very thin. We can hear lots of noise through it at the moment.
I don't know if there's any provision for soundproofing because of, you know, the maybe extra noise and that. So that is one of my main concerns. The other concern I've got is the sewerage. It's an old Victorian house, and the sewer comes through my property, and there's an old interceptor which has been known to get blocked in the past, with additional people, lots of additional people potentially using this sewer. Am I going to be, you know, forever, you know, cleaning this sewer out at my expense? So obviously that's another one of my concerns, and just really say as well, say is the parking around May Street as well. It's not great. There's going to be more parking. The roads at the moment are very congested. When I come home from work, I have a job to park because lots of people park there to go off into town, to go to the railway station. This is only going to add to an already bad problem around there. So yeah, I mean, I have a lot of concerns about it. So from my point of view, my family's point of view, I think it's just going to make our lives quite unbearable. And we thought the house was going to be done up and renovated. It was renovated from a shop to a family home.
1 minute to go.
And we thought it was going to be, you know, a family home. And now we're going to have lots of different people living there. And I just don't think it's going to make our lives very, you know, very pleasant anymore. So I have got a very strong rejection to this going ahead. My neighbour would like to have a few quick words as well.
Yeah, I live directly opposite the property in Lower Brook Street, so that's what I look out on. And I speak for my fellow neighbours as well on this, that we've had years with this property being having havoc with noise, work going on, but we finally got the end result, and we got it is a beautiful 3-bedroom family home in the conservation area. So to have this bombshell that it's going to be rented and with a lot of people was very worrying. And part of the proposal as well is that they want 4 parking
Can you
spaces.
come to a conclusion, please?
Just saying that they're going to want 4 parking spaces and at the front, so the garden's going to go, and that's what I'm going to be looking out on. And just more parking problems.
Thank you. Any questions for either Mr. Byrne or Mrs. Lee? No questions? Thank you both very much. Mr. Taylor, please. Mr. Taylor, you will have 4 minutes, and I'll give you a minute's notice at the end.
Good evening, and thank you for your opportunity to speak tonight. My name's Andrew Taylor. I'm the joint owner and landlord of the property, along with my wife, Michelle Taylor. We're seeking to offer hard-working professionals good quality, all-inclusive accommodation that is easy reach of the town centre. The tenants of this property will make a significant contribution to the local economy without adding traffic congestion. I have 25 years managerial experience and have been a landlord for more than 20 years, including in Wiltshire, Berkshire and now in Hampshire. This property will be occupied by professionals aged 25 to 45 who often work long hours on occasion in other parts of the UK and overseas, and some tenants will only be present Monday to Fridays. There is a comprehensive 6-page house rules document that is signed by all tenants. This offers a prescriptive guidance on acceptable conduct in and out of the property. Prior to the 16th of July 2014, the property had been vacant for more than 4 years. By bringing this property back into housing stock, this will add 5 to 9 salaries to the local economy and make a contribution to local taxes. I'm very grateful for the most comprehensive officer's report. I wish to make a few brief comments on the principal objections raised to support their recommendations. Parking. All of the 4 bays will be unallocated, which more than exceeds the highways ratios of unallocated parking spaces to bedrooms. A large proportion of prospective tenants do not have cars. Their reason for choosing the property so close to the town centre with good public transport links. Noise-stroke behaviour. I am an experienced landlord managing mature professional tenants that adhere to a strict code of conduct. The premise that mature professional tenants are noisier than a family of young children or teenagers is questionable. A 50-mile-an-hour busy dual carriageway, which generates significant traffic noise, is within 15 metres of the adjacent property, 191. This property is fitted with original traditional single glazed sash windows. This road traffic disturbance outweighs any other potential noise from families or mature professional tenants in the neighbourhood. Sewer system. The side drainage system was significantly improved by the previous owners BCOT, which is evidenced on their website. A similar number of professionals or families will generate a similar drainage waste. Infrastructure issues outside the property boundaries should be addressed with the water authorities by the local community. Social makeup, community identity, development pattern. The property has been vacant for more than 4 years, which is not added to the social makeup of the area. With the addition of diverse tenants, they will add to the social diversity and prosperity of social leisure groups.
1 minute to go.
The area will retain a balanced mixture of property types. Internal design exceeds housing standards agreed by the housing officer Dave Smith. Green space. Only 2 additional parking bays added. The plot will retain frontage space other than parking. I have worked closely with officers throughout this application, reducing the number of bedrooms from 6 to 5. We now have a scheme assessed to be compliant with the council's adopted policies in respect to living accommodation, parking, cycle storage and refuse provision. I confirm that I will adhere to the conditions of this planning application. I request that the professional officer's conclusions be supported by the committee. Thank you for your time and support. Andrew and Michelle Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Members, any questions for Mr. Taylor? Thank you. Councillor Hood first, followed by Councillor Miller, followed by Councillor Potter.
Good evening, Mr. Taylor. We've had many applications over the years come in for HMOs, but this is the first one to my knowledge where you've quite clearly stated for professional, hard-working people. Right? On the face of it, it seems quite good, but how long do you intend for these people? Can they stay? Is there a limited time they can stay with you, or can a married couple stay with you? Sorry, go on.
The tenancy agreements are for between 6 and 12 months. There are double rooms suitable for married couples, but not with children. But primarily it will be single young professionals.
And secondly, I'll be inclined to believe that because they're professional people, they'll probably have a car. Now, the question I would ask you is a problem to do with parking. I know that area very well, May Street, at one time, and it's a quiet area, but I am concerned about the fact that perhaps there's insufficient parking for us.
If I could just quote Geoffrey Wallace, the principal highway engineer. If the property will have 100% unallocated parking. Geoffrey Wallace, principal highway engineer, states that if more than 50% were unallocated, with the site being an inner urban expectation of 0.7 spaces per bedroom equals 3.75 rounded to 4 spaces. Hence, 4 motor vehicle spaces would be deemed acceptable.
Okay. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. A bit of a follow-on from Councillor Hood's question to you. You have very good aspirations that you're going to have professional tenants, mature tenants, between the ages of 25 and 45. How do you discriminate between these particular boundary lines? Because I think that might be going across discrimination lines. Equality. I have to be on the equality strategy group.
The property has been advertised since July of last year, and I have statistics of the demand for the property, and we currently have 2 tenants in there because there's no requirement for a HMO change of use for 2 tenants. One is 25 and one is 45. But on the website that I advertised the property, which is called spareroom.co.uk, there is a facility where you can specify age, gender, and profession, or whether all different criteria that you can pre-select your tenants.
I'll take that up in another place. The other thing is about the parking area. I quite agree with the observation that Councillor Hood made. You can't, making these assumptions, it's quite interesting, and I'll discuss this with officers in a minute, that you can have a lower parking requirement than anything new that comes into the borough. And especially in the place in the centre urban area of the town, where parking is at a premium, you've been told by the officers that 4 is acceptable. Can you confirm that?
I can confirm that 3.75 has been requested. Second, to back that up, I have over 50 prospective tenants that would like to go to this property, and I have statistics to show that more than 50% don't have a car, and indeed some don't have a license. That's why they're choosing this property, because it's so close to the transport links. We have 2 tenants there at the moment. One has a car and one doesn't. The one that, I know that's a very small sample base, but I'm basing it on the 50 prospective tenants. The one that does have a car, even he just chooses to walk into town because his job's based in town. So he's still got a park, agreed, but only 50% have a car, and some don't even have licenses. And as the principal highway engineer has said, that it's deemed acceptable to have 4 spaces. I can offer more spaces, but there have been other issues from the conservation point of view where I could put in a further parking space.
Thank you.
Councillor Potter, followed by Councillor Hussey.
Hello, Mr. Taylor. I just wonder whether we could, with your assistance, put Mr. Burns' concerns to rest in some way in regard to sound insulation. I mean, I've got a number of HMOs in the ward that I claim to represent where one of the major problems is noise transmission from multiple occupancy, slamming of fire doors and the like, closure of fire doors. And it is perfectly possible with additional cladding insulation on a party wall to do quite a lot about this. The sort of acoustic cladding that's available, which is in addition to the structure you already have. I mean, would you be able to give us any assurances that that could be provided so that the maximum insulation is provided between the 2 properties? Because certainly, as I think as Mr. Burns said, it's an unusual design, but there's a substantial amount of party wall between his property and your own, which obviously could be the source of noise transmission, but something significant could be done about that. Would you be willing to have a look at that?
The property has been extensively refurbished by BCOT, which again is evidenced on their website. You can see all of the photos of the development of the property. The alternative for this property, that a family does move in there. So if we don't get approval, then a family could move in there, and a family of 9 people could move in there. And I would say it's questionable whether 9 people of a family make more or less noise than 9 mature professionals that aren't there for a lot of the time.
Who's next?
Hussey.
Councillor Hussey.
Could you tell me where the parking is currently for the property, in Larbrook Street in particular?
The picture there, so currently there's 2 bays, that car occupies 1, and there's another bay next to it. So the proposal is to put 4 bays in parallel along that base.
In addition to those 2?
No, another 2.
Any more questions? Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Right, members, questions to officers. Do we have any? Councillor Hood.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Miller.
Current parking standards. I'll tell you why I asked that question. Many years ago, along with Lyndon Jones, I went to viewing on Essex Road. And we were told by the planning officer that this side of the road, the number of cars allowed is referred to as a town, inner town. Where you go to the other side of the road of Essex Road, and that's not far from where we're talking about, was the outer town. So I think we had restricted about 3 points, there's barely one car for the inner part and the outer part. Have we still got areas in the town where we could say, that's the inner town, we've got the parking requirements, and that's the outer town? Because that's what it used to be many years ago, and I remember it's quite right.
Thank you.
There are still areas relating to parking standards. They were revised in 2008, so there are just 3 residential areas now. So it's the same standard for all of the area within the ring road.
Sorry, Councillor Miller.
I come back to this, the very elegant presentation by the applicant. And you could be persuaded that, yes, it's going to be professionals all the time. Do we not have rules on the occupation of HMOs? It's been a fairly hot topic, certainly in developing some of the policies for the new local plan and in other areas in the council, about who goes into these houses of multiple occupation.
Not that I'm aware of, Councillor, no.
So I can conclude from that despite aspirations of a landlord, in fact, anybody could go into these houses of multiple occupation. The supplementary to that is, can a landlord impose restrictions about who he takes in and who he doesn't? Because that's been in the national press in all kinds of venues about renting property.
I think the issue here is that I understand what the applicant's saying in terms of his preference for who would like to use his own property. I think the key for the committee is that through the planning permission there is no way that effectively we have any control over it. So that would be a management issue or management decision by the applicant if he was successful to get planning permission. There's nothing that we could say in conditions or anything like that to say, and it will only be for ages 25 to 45. So as far as the planning permission is concerned, you're right, it could be anyone, and that's the way the application has to be assessed.
Councillor Hussey, followed by Councillor Tomlin.
Is it permissible for us to impose any conditions concerning improving the sound insulation between the properties?
Normally, issues like that are controlled through the building regulation process, and as noted on page 139, no issues were raised or no objections were raised by the environmental health officers as to any issues about noise generation.
I understand that, but it's a concern of the residents at 191. I just wanted to know if there's any way in which we could help them.
Chair, I mean, technically, yes, you can. You could put on a condition to say, the use shouldn't commence until such time as additional features of sound insulation or such wording were submitted to improve by the local planning authority. The issue being that you need to be satisfied that the condition is reasonable and necessary to make the development acceptable. So in light of the fact that there is no objection from the environmental health officer, I understand that the residents may have a concern, but is there a technical reason to address that through a planning condition? The other way of looking at it is that if the planning condition was not there, would you look to refuse planning permission? That's the test, if you like, for imposing the condition in the first instance.
Councillor Tomlin.
Thank you, Chair. Well, actually, that was my question, but I was just going to add if there's no way we could have a condition that if there are noise complaints, we could revisit this as a or have some links to our concerns.
Any statutory noise nuisance would be covered under environmental health and protection legislation.
Councillor Frankham?
Yes, could we not, rather than make it a condition, is there not a slightly lower level down where we could put it as part of our informative?
No, I don't think there is a way that you could do it as an informative. I think it would effectively. I think the options, if you like, open to the committee would be to accept the proposal as is, just on the issue of noise. To be clear, accept the proposal as is, in that you're satisfied that there wouldn't be a noise issue, having heard the evidence this evening and the commentary in the report, or to apply a condition to pick up the issue of sound insulation as proposed, but on that basis being satisfied that there is an issue that you have to overcome. Or to refuse planning permission if you felt that it couldn't be overcome. I think that's the three options. But in any case, as Mr. Williams said, the issue of noise ongoing would potentially be a statutory noise issue through environmental protection legislation in any case.
If there were considered to be excessive noises by the tenants next door, could they not go to the enforcement team, or is there not not enforcement, environmental team? There's always that open, is there not?
As Mr. Townsend just said, it could be investigated through the environmental health team via environmental protection legislation.
Yes, Councillor Miller.
Asked and answered. Thank you.
I shan't oppose this application, I'll support it, but I mean, I do say, and I'm disappointed in the sense that the applicant didn't respond to the point that I put to him, because it is the fact that there are substantial improvements that can be made when these special circumstances apply to party walls that make it substantially quieter for the people living on the other side. I mean, by considerable experience, and I say this in Poppy Ward, where we have a number of HMOs, despite all the rhetoric that we get originally from landlords about this is only going to be available to young professionals, so it may be. Let me tell you, they come and go at all times of the day and night. They also have interesting social lives, good luck to them. But the noise that is created isn't necessarily typical of a normal family. There is no comparison in terms of actual movements in and out of the dwelling. And the front door slamming, the fire doors closing, etc. within the property, all of which are necessary in terms of compliance within the law, are understandable, but nevertheless quite potentially disturbing to those living next door in a residential property. Disappointingly, as I say, Mr. Taylor hasn't responded to that, but clearly it can't be a reason in itself, I regret to say, for refusing this application, so I shall support it, but clearly would encourage, clearly Mr. Byrne in the future, if there are real problems with this, to go to our environmental health people and make complaint about the noise if one is created.
Thank you. Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Potter, and I have to say that I am actually disappointed at the lack of response to the question about cladding rectification. But having said that, should Councillor Potter be minded to recommend and move the proposal, I will second it.
Let us move to a vote of approval. Those in favour? Proposal is approved. Oh, sorry, no abstentions, were there? And nobody against? No.
The recommendation is for approval subject to conditions.
Thank you, Nicola. Right, we move now to item number 5, the Abacus Nursery School Scout Building at Hanmore Road in Chinham. And I have Councillor Thornton of the Parish Council, and in support Mrs. Dransfield. Brian Conlon will... Okay, Brian.
Thank you, Chair. This particular application seeks permission for the erection of a single-storey pitch roof side extension to the southeast of the Abacus Nursery School Scout Building in Chinham. The extension would measure 7.1 metres in depth, 6.8 metres in width, and 5.15 metres in height. The proposal also includes the erection of a 1.88 metre high chain link fence, which will project 4.7 metres from the extension and have a width of 14.1 metres. This will enclose a safe area for outdoor play for the users of the building.
Thank you for that. As it's 9:30, we're going to try and complete tonight, so we want to crack on. Councillor Thornton, please. You have 4 minutes, and we'll give you 1 minute's notice, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chinham Parish Council are not objecting to the principle of the extension of the building, and indeed we support the provision of more nursery provision in the parish. But what we don't like is the way the trees in the front of the building, where it faces Hanmore Road, are being destroyed to build this new extension. And it's an unattractive, rather unimaginative building, as probably any scout hall is, but at present it's screened from Hanmore Road. And there's some rather attractive trees between that and the footpath, which is in fact where those white railings are. There's a footpath that goes along the side of the building, and that provides a rather attractive sort of leafy walkway through that part of Chinham. Now, if this is built, there are going to be a destruction of trees. Now, according to the arboricultural impact assessment, 3 trees will be lost, and another 4 are going to be compromised. And in our experience, if they talk about trees being compromised, it means they're going to die soon, shall we say. And I think that the fence and this large lump, if I can put it that way, coming out of the building will be equally intrusive. There's no room for adequate screening between the new fence and the footpath, and I think it's a rather unfortunate to take out a lot of trees which may well last a lot longer than the building for this for this extension. And whereas it's we would, as I said, we are not against the principle of the site being extended, and it's worth mentioning whichever way it's extended, it will be on public open space anyway. But we think other solutions could be found, and particularly we may suggest towards the north and the north end of the building might be a more suitable place for an extension. So we would ask for this to be refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thornton. Any questions for the councillor? No? Right, thank you, Mr. Thornton. Sorry.
Sorry, one very quick one. It would be close to the road. How busy is that road?
I beg your pardon. The road is very busy. It's a very busy road through Chinham. The footpath, which I think is perhaps the more important thing, the footpath is heavily used by walkers and people dog walking, and indeed people walking to and from the school. So it's a route away from the main road up through the more, shall we say, the leafier part for people walking for leisure or indeed to and from the school.
Sorry, I was thinking more of if it's near a road, then you've probably got a bit of pollution, and you've got children out close to a road. That was my concern.
I don't think that's something which the parish council hasn't got, if I can put it that way, an opinion on that. As I said, we are not in favour of we are in favour of the principle of the provision of extra nursery capacity. So we aren't objecting to the thing in principle.
I think in a way I'm trying to agree with you that perhaps that's not the best if you've got pollution by there, for children to be there. That when we went and had a look at the site, there was other possible alternatives. It seemed to be, quite frankly, about the worst place to put it. But I know how everybody supports that particular nursery, and it's got an excellent name. And I know that the parish have put quite a bit of money, etc., in it. But I just think we need to think about the safety of the children and the best way round. That's what I was trying to ask, how near the road and how busy the road was.
Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you, Mr. Thornton. Right, Mrs. Dransfield.
Chair, quite obviously I'm not Mrs. Dransfield. Unfortunately, the owner of Abacus Nursery, who submitted the application, is actually unable to speak due to dental work. So if you permit me to speak on her behalf, I'm Peter Robinson. I'm the Group Scout Leader of the First Team Scouts and a trustee of the charity that is the partner with Abacus.
Fine, yes, 4
That's okay
minutes,
with you.
and I'll give you 1 minute warning.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to talk about the context, the rationale, and then get on to the building and some of the questions that have raised. We're speaking in support of the application. We understand the needs of the Education Authority and the wider community in Chinham. Success by Abacus creates sustainability for the Scout Group, for the charity, and there is a strong partnership between us. This came about where we were approached by Abacus, were approached by the Hampshire Childcare Development Coordinator for this area. Hampshire Education Authority are willing to pay for this facility, and Linda Clarkson is here this evening in our support. The rationale. There's a need for more early years provision in Chinham. It exists now, and we understand it's projected to grow in the future. There's a need for more child education spaces. Abacus at the Scout Hall provides this, as well as community and social space for the area. We understand that the policy of the Education Authority is to provide childcare in community settings. And again, Abacus are achieving this, and this proposal enhances it by enabling the very youngest children being able to use the facility. So a key feature is about local early years provision. Already more than half the children that attend Abacus walk there. There are strong links with the local school, and that will mean an agreement to the plan will mean that there will be education from the ages of 2 to 11 within a 400 metre area. So the building will be used by children ages 2 to 18 as well as community use. So the design. Ofsted are really clear that what they want to see in preschool provision is access to outside play and something that they call free flow. So this is where children can circulate, socialise and play, but staying in sight of the staff at all times. And for that reason, this facility has to be at the front of the building. Abacus use the front of the Scout Hall. The annex that is at the rear and the north side is not able to be used for Abacus, or indeed it's not used for rental purposes. So the provision has to be at this side of the building. It can't be on the other side, closer to the railway line, because that would actually infringe on access, not just for ourselves, but also for Network Rail, for the overhead power lines that run down the side, and then to the brook and the bridge that goes underneath the railway. So I understand the questions that came up, but really this is the only place that such an extension could be made. The design's been chosen to blend in with the building. I hear the comments about it being ugly. Unfortunately, that's the way building we've got. We love it and we love being inside it. But it's the same materials in the building and the same materials on the roofing. I think we're proposing a sympathetic change. The application does include an all-weather play area for the use of children, and that will bring vibrancy and liveliness and fun to the area. The children do play outside, but they have to be very, very closely supervised. So clearly the play area has to be fenced, and we propose it would be screened with planting.
So we recognise the concerns and we recognise the loss of the trees. 3 trees will be lost. And we would take objection really to the term that's been referenced to open space. So let's pick up on that. Thank you. We're committed to the environment with a number of projects we run in our programme. It's unfortunate 3 trees will have to come down. The open area around the Scout Hall with the trees will remain completely untouched, the whole rest of the area. The trees that are there are large. You can see that they actually overhang the building. And in fact, at the rear, they were overhanging the power lines as well. Which is a potential problem. The parish council talk about the impact on the street scene. You can see from the size of those trees, they don't screen the building. What we're proposing would be, yes, there will be 3 trees lost, but we would then screen the fencing in. As I say, the extension is of the same brick and materials as the building. The reference to open space is, I think, misleading. The area in question is between the road and the Scout Hall. It's not a useful or used space. The only thing it's used for is for people to take their dogs there to go to the toilet. Yes, people use the path, but that space in question is not a useful or used space. What Abacus are proposing is to turn it into a playground to make it useful for the community. So, just in conclusion, we support it as their partners, and we ask you to support the application.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Councillor Goodison, followed by Councillor Tomlin.
Would you like to go first? Thank you, Chairman. No, can you just remind me? I think we all, of course, want to support the Scouts and the nursery. Just, you did mention it, but I didn't quite catch exactly the reasoning. What is your reasoning why you feel it couldn't go, this extension couldn't go on the end of the building? And I appreciate that on the back is too near the railway line, etc., etc. But why do you feel it can't go, excuse me, go on the end?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for bringing that up. So you can see on the drawing there, if we project to the front of the building. So thank you. Then actually there are trees there. There would be more trees lost, but also it would inhibit access to the rest of the building. Essentially, this is putting a nursery class in. So that would be blocking the main entrance. If you go to the far side, you're blocking access to the rear. That isn't. The middle bit of the building isn't used by the nursery, so that effectively the children would be playing and in an area that are unsighted and unsupervised by the staff, which obviously is not ideal.
Supplementary.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, sorry.
Of course.
I would just ask, is there no reason why those people supervising the children can't rearrange it so they would be able to be supervised from the far end?
Thank you. It's a fair question. The short answer is no, and the reason is, very briefly, is the building is basically divided in 2, the original building and an annex that is to the rear. Thank you. The rear building is not used by Abacus. Part of the conditions of the annex when it was built a few years ago is it cannot be rented out, so it's not used by the nursery school. So the children are not in there. So effectively, you have some children at the front of the building, and you'd have potentially, taking your suggestion, you would have children at the rear of the building playing out of sight. So yes, in an ideal world, that's what we'd like to have been able to do, but we're not able to do that due to the other restrictions.
May I ask, is there no reason why those restrictions couldn't be overcome in some sort of way? It seems unreasonable that there should be that sort of restriction. I mean, historically, there may have been a reason for that restriction, but in the current day and age, can such a restriction not be got round or removed? Thank you.
I understand your question, and I would argue that the short answer is still no. The reason being that building, if you can see to the far right of the diagram, includes a garage and storage space. So effectively, even if we were to relax the restriction, you'd have children mixing with equipment. You still have children moving around in and out of through fire doors. So it would completely change what Abacus is able to offer, and would involve
several children being in several different rooms, with all of which are not open plan. So I'm not explaining that very well, but essentially, practically no. I should also say there are trees to the rear of the building. So even if you were to say, yes, relax all of that, but put the annex at the extension at the back, there would be other trees that would be affected.
Can I just crave your indulgence, Chairman, very briefly? It isn't once more, only once more. Is there any reason why you talk about garage and storage facility and everything? Could that not be put on the other end, the far end of the extension which you're contemplating? So, as it were.
If I understand you correctly, sorry, can we bring the plan up again, please? That what you'd be talking about, what you're suggesting is moving everything further back. Yeah, so sorry, sideways as you say it. Well, again, there would still be the parish council's concern about trees would be interfered with, because there are still trees to the what is effectively the right of this diagram, but also it would mean a complete reorganize of the whole of the inside of the building. So the garage is there, that's got a climbing wall. It's not finished to the same degree as the main hall. So what we're trying to do is make the main building, which is on the left as we all look at it, be the useful space and be fully used. As I say, give access between 2-year-olds, the older children, and the play area.
Thank you. Councillor Tomlin.
Thank you.
Yes, very quickly. I like that.
Well, in simple terms, we would plant along the outside and probably the inside of the fence, actually, as a project for the children. So essentially, we wouldn't, and Abacus certainly wouldn't want the children playing with without having that privacy and without having that space. So no, it's not on the plans because we're not proposing tree planting, but shrubs and so on, as we've done in other parts of the site. Thank you. So the internal doors would be clear, would be glass. So so in terms of one could be in the main hall, top left of our drawing, and be able to see into the room. Staff can see what's going on. Equally, if you're in the smaller room, which was the annex, you'll be able to see both out and back into the main room. So the important point is that the children can circulate around and the staff can circulate around.
Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. But Councillor Tomlin answered my question with his first question. Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you both very much. Members, questions to officers? Councillor Miller.
One for a tree officer, if we've got one. But my question is, we've identified 3 trees that will be lost, and the roots of 4 additional trees would be compromised, I believe is the expression. And I need to know, okay, by long experience, we know that we'll probably lose those trees in the first place. 7 trees. Is that true? Yeah, I just wanted confirmation from officers that compromising tree roots, and we've got a lot of trees in Chinham, and we have a lot of experience about compromised roots.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't think I'll be able to, not as a technical tree officer, actually able to confirm whether the 4 that are impacted upon will ultimately be lost. But assuming the worst case scenario that they are lost, there would obviously be, including the 3 trees that are to be removed, there would be obviously 7 in total. The council obviously don't wish to see the loss of any trees as part of development. These particular trees, they are not protected. And we don't have any powers to prevent their removal at present. However, the application has assessed the fact that there will be the loss of 3 trees and potentially 4 more impacted, in which case the officer has considered it appropriate to condition landscaping, which includes details of shrubs and any replacement trees that may be necessary. So the condition should capture both scenarios of the 3 being lost or 3 being lost and further trees being impacted upon through, I believe, a time period of 5 years.
Any more questions? We're going to debate. As the ward councillor, Councillor Miller, do you wish to lead us off, or do you want to wait?
No, quite happy to lead you off because I think we've heard most of what we're going to be hearing this evening. We have a conundrum. We all approve of the expansion of nursery school places, no question. I'm a governor of the school down the road that was mentioned, and we want to support that. It's absolutely necessary because it's accommodated children that are as a result of the recent and continuing baby boom. It's not just here, it's in the country. So we need these places. However, at the same time, the officer just put it very correctly that we don't like to lose trees. We're one of the most densely treed, if that's an expression, areas of the borough. And the trouble with that row of trees is a bit more than 7. It carries on. There's a whole line of trees that were put there in the first place when they put the scout hut up, when it was constructed and before it was extended. And to take 3 trees out is like having your front teeth knocked out. That's what we were referring to in the street scene. You take 3 trees out of that, and you've got them in sort of, that's autumn foliage. It's not very heavy, but in the summertime, it's quite heavy, the foliage off those trees. Provides 2 things. Provides an excellent screen. It also provides a barrier. We've got the railway line going down the back, because that photograph's taken, if the photographer turned around, he's got houses right there, and it provides a sound barrier from the railway line back to the houses in Chinham. So we have a balance. This is the difficulty here for the provision of the infant education, which is essential, and to try and contain a structured street scene of trees that has taken probably 30 years to grow. So I put it to the members to have a debate, air your views on it, and I'd like to see how you consider how the weighting would go one way or the other. It would disrupt the street scene dramatically, I'm afraid. There is a lot of land around it. I don't know if any more consideration was given during the planning of it. We heard some of the views from the scouting organization. I can't help thinking another option could have been created to keep the street scene, keep the provision, expand the provision, given the total area on which the scout hut is contained. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Potter, followed by Councillor Hussey, or followed by Councillor Bound.
Adopting my sort of Philistine hat, I mean, I spent half my life in Poppy trying to get trees taken down, if I'm truthful, but I know some are more important than others. But it does seem to me that, I mean, this is a limited and probably the only practical solution in terms of the building that's being looked at for extension. It's sad, yes, in relative terms for the trees to be removed, but I think that can probably be compensated for in due course by some additional landscaping. I genuinely believe that the applicant really has little alternative, and these places need to be provided, and they do, and I think Councillor Miller accepts that. Looking at the self-contained arrangement that's being suggested, but also with the access into the main hall, and we've heard some of the limitations that would apply having it at the other elevation of the building, and with respect to Councillor Goddison, I don't see that some of the easement problems and all the rest at the other end of the building could easily be overcome. I don't see that as a practical solution. It's got to be where it is in broadly the size that it is. And I would support this application, Chairman. I'll move approval.
Thank you. Councillor Hussey.
Well, I'm not in favour of losing trees, but some of the, just because I like a nice row of trees. But in terms of screening the building, if you go back to the photograph, the canopy starts way above the gutter line, almost at the roof line. So even in full summer, they provide no screening whatsoever of the building. You need some low-level infill planting to do that. And we've heard about a reduction of sound being carried from the railway line. Well, I've dealt with a lot of sound from the M3 that goes right past my ward, and I can assure you, you need a 20-metre evergreen thicket to have any impact on the sound of the M3. They'll have no impact whatsoever. So in terms of sort of protection of sound, in terms of screening the building, well, they don't do it. I think it's a sad loss of street trees, but if we could have some infill planting, apart from what's been suggested for the children's play area, I second the motion. We support the application.
Thank you. Councillor Bound, followed by Councillor Tomlin. Been said. Councillor Tomlin. Any other comments? Well, we've had a proposer and a seconder.
Yeah, proposal second.
For approval. So let's go to a vote. Those in favour of approval? Those against? And those abstaining? One. The proposal, would you, thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Chair. To confirm, the recommendation is accepted for approval, subject to the conditions listed at the end of the paper agenda, in addition to two informatives that are included in the update sheet, informative 3 and informative 4.
Item 6, we move to next, please. The Well House, Rectory Road, Oakley, Basingstoke. It's the creation of a new vehicular access and erection of gate. I have two speakers, Mrs. Blacker and Mr. Lassiter, and Nicola Williams will pose it. Thank you.
Members will remember viewing the site for the retrospective application for the access and gate. Members should note on the update that the agent has requested the deletion of the enforcement steps noted as item 213 in the agenda. But given sort of the highway safety issues that have been identified by the local highway authority, the officer's recommendation is still for refusal, and being a retrospective application, also that enforcement action be instigated.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Mr. Lester and Mrs. Blacker. You've got 4 minutes. I'll give you 1 minute's notice.
Thank you. We won't need 4 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you and good evening. This application is for the restoration of a former access to this listed building and is supported by your conservation officer. The report before you simply states that the Conservation Officer has no objection, the positive restoration of the original approach to the house. That suggests a neutral response, but the actual response was rather more positive, stating, the restoration is not only acceptable in principle, in conservation terms, but would be a positive restoration of the original approach to this house. That officer continued, before the gate was installed, the house had no real approach to it, and it was easy to miss. It is a good design that would be an asset to this site. We acknowledge that the site, the access is substandard in terms of visibility displays. That is not unusual in a village situation where most accesses don't meet modern standards. It is within the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit and traffic speeds are slow. The gate is automatically operated using long-range zappers. Only Mr. and Mrs. Blacker will use the access. Everyone else will use the existing access 180 metres to the west. Due to the access geometry, the gate can only be used by Mr. and Mrs. Blacker when travelling towards the village or when approaching from that direction. When going to or arriving from the other direction, the western access will be used. There is a balance to be struck between what the Conservation Officer considers to be a visual benefit, plus the desirable convenience for the applicants, and the potential highway safety harm. Given the very limited proposed use of the access, I believe the balance should be in the applicant's favour, and I urge you to approve the application. I'd also like to say a few words about the enforcement recommendation. Clearly, we hope you will not accept your officer's recommendations, but if enforcement action is to be authorised, the enforcement notice would have 3 requirements. 1, cease using the access. 2, remove the gates and gate posts. And 3, block the gap with a fence. We say 2 and 3 are not necessary to remedy the breach of planning control. It is only necessary to fix the gate shut permanently so that it cannot be used as an access. There are no objections to the appearance of the gate, and I would again refer you to the Conservation Officer's remarks. The gate causes no harm to the setting of the listed building or the character of the conservation area. So we say requirement 2 is not necessary. Likewise, the requirement to fill the gap with a fence is not considered appropriate, given there is a yew hedge on either side of the gap. And I would add there, the officer suggested that if the gate remains, it would be easy to restore it. But clearly, if there's only a piece of fence there, that would be easy to remove as well. As I say, I've asked the officers to amend the requirements of any such notice, but my request was denied. Thank you.
Can I just add that that is an old picture? Unfortunately, this is an out-of-date picture. A yew hedge has now been planted right up to the gate posts on either side.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for either Mr. Laster or Mrs. Blacker? Members. Councillor Taylor.
These are electronically operated, are they? So you wouldn't have to stop in the road and get out and open them in order to get in by that access?
Yes, they are, and they have a 30-metre range, so quite some distance.
Councillor Bound.
Quickly, and are the gates, they don't appear to be so, but are they set back from the road?
No, they're quite close to the road edge. They're sliding gates. They're not.
Open
Yeah, they slide.
sideways sliding.
Yeah, approximately. Yeah.
Any more questions? Thank you both very much. Ward councillors, do you want to speak now or when we're going? Oh, we've got questions to officers. Questions to officers. Members? Well, Councillor Potter.
Sorry, forgive me, Chair. I just want to be absolutely clear of the critique made by the officers in regard to the sort of highway issues that might flow from clearly what is there at the present time, but in terms of the application proper. But in terms of, as a result, the proposed development would be likely to interrupt the free flow of traffic, endangering convenience, obstruct. I mean, I sort of understand the backing up process here, but where the officers are aware that, you know, from what we've heard in terms of evidence, it should be possible if the people who can operate this gate, you know, with the electronic system, for those literally to be open or opening by the time they get there, and therefore at worst the car would slow down, I would have thought, for a minimal period, which must happen in a country road anyway, and then turn in. I mean, in terms of the way this is described, it does appear to suggest that, I mean, to a layperson like me, you've got to stop the car, get out, open the gate, and while you're doing that, you've obstructed the road. But it isn't like that, is it? But are those who've worded this aware of exactly how these things are operated?
Yes, the officer was aware of the proposed method of operation, or the fact that it's already there as a retrospective. The issue about affecting the free flow of traffic is not only for the applicant's entrance, but also potentially for exit from that point as well. The fact that we've already pointed out, or the committee's already pointed out, that the gate is on the road edge, whereas normally you'd be expecting a setback of a gateway, so that the vehicle and the driver of the vehicle will be forward of the gateway, so they have some visibility of the roadway in both directions. With the gate on the road edge,
Can I just clarify what I come back? I mean, in terms of the people coming out of the gate, I mean, I'm confused really. It seems to me whoever does it would operate the gate and literally drive out subject to the traffic conditions being approached. In other words, nobody coming, and speed away, I would have thought. End of story, and the gate closes after them. I'm not absolutely sure what impediment that creates to other traffic on the road. Have I missed something?
as I was saying, the normal X distance is 2.4 meters, so that's from the front of the vehicle to where a driver sits in the vehicle. With the gate actually on the road edge, that first part of the vehicle, the 2.4 meters of the vehicle, has to protrude into the roadway to be able to see if there's any traffic coming in either direction. And that's where the issue of affecting free flow of traffic comes from. The other issue, which is also raised, is the potential for visitors to notice that there's an access there, and whether they've got control of that gate or not, they will still park in the highway and try to make access at that point.
Councillor Hussey.
From the photograph there, it looks as though there's a verge that sticks out by probably a bit more than a metre. And judging by the detritus at the side of the road, this side of the gate, cars don't go that close in. So they're obviously driving maybe up to 2 metres away from the brick wall. That's an observation. My question is, this free flow of traffic, have we measured how many cars go down here, even at the peak hour? I mean, it's a long time since I lived in Oakley, but that's a typical view of that road as far as I'm concerned. No vehicles.
I think we can go back to what was mentioned earlier in committee this evening, that the ancient part of Oakley had 3 main roads into the village, and this is one of them. And this is the classified road. So there's a considerable amount of traffic on this. I could also add that the county council don't approve in principle of a second access to a property, and to quote, they would only consider that where it can be demonstrated there will be specific benefit to highway safety.
The next question is, if we move down to the other access, aren't the conditions what you specify now? So that they've got the 2.4 metres there, have they? When they're exiting, they've got that sight line of 2.4 metres.
There is visibility at that point, yes.
Councillor Frankham.
I must admit what I did, because I'm not a driver. I walked out to see how far I would have to walk out to look to have a pretty good view, and to one way you had to walk out quite a bit because it was basically on a bend, and the other entrance wasn't all that far away. I can understand you want to probably save a bit of a few feet of travel. Is there something you can do, i.e. put a mirror or something so that you'd be able to see? Because I do see a potential hazard there, but in today's way of things, there must surely be some kind of solution.
In this situation, there isn't, and there's no approval of mirrors on the highway.
Any more questions? Yes.
And it is definitely just the husband and wife nobody else, they wouldn't say to the visitors, see, I'll take the control so that you can come back in that way. It, you know, just a bit,
You can't enforce it.
no, that's the problem,
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
enforce it, can we?
yeah. Ward councillors, how, do you want to speak now?
Could we just go back to the previous photograph, the one that shows it from the other direction? I mean, no, the other one, sorry, the one before that even. That's it, just for clarification for the people who weren't at the viewing. This gate would only be used for entrance coming from this direction. If they were coming from the other direction, they would have already turned in the entrance that's round the corner. So just so you understand that. And it obviously will prevent, if they are going in from this direction, from then doing a big swing round and doubling back on themselves. As far as my own views are concerned, I've really only brought this to committee for the reasons that is on page 155. Any matters of enforcement can be really drastic for people, and I do feel it's only fair to give an opportunity for the people to state their case and to hear a clear and open decision making going on, so that whatever we decide, we've really thought about it. It can sometimes be quite tough to just be told, spend a fortune removing those gates that you spent a lot of money on. So this is the reason why I've brought them, and I haven't got any particular direction. I just am very interested to hear your views on it. But I would say if you do decide to go with the officer recommendation, and I've said this to the officer who was dealing with it before, I would like the gates at least to be left, even if they have to be kept closed, because as the conservation officer said, they are the original position, and they do greatly improve the look of the house. In fact, well, you can see the house, because for years I didn't really even see the house. I didn't know what it looked like, because you have to go way past it and then go up their drive and double back on yourself to see it. So if you do go with the office recommendation, I would request that you remove conditions 1 and 2. Thank you. 2 and 3. Thank you.
Councillor Frost, do you wish to speak?
No, thank you, Chair. I mean, my colleague here has said everything, and in the interest of brevity, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Do I have any proposals for approval or refusal? You'll go for approval. Approval of the application. Yeah, that's right. Right, we'll vote for refusal on the proposal of a refusal. Those in favour? Of the recommendation. Those in favour of the recommendation. Those against? Abstain? Against? That's it. Would you do it, please?
Sorry, hang on a minute. You've made it. Sorry, Chair, just from procedural point of view, obviously the recommendation, if you like, has been voted against, so the committee's next step would be to vote on approval. I assume, listening to the debate, the committee is satisfied that the issues of highway safety, or the reasons for approval, if you like, would be that there is a safe access, and that effectively the benefits in terms of the visual appearance of the conservation area are the two main points that the committee would record as reasons for approval. So that would be the reasons for approval in terms of vote, and perhaps if the vote is taken on that basis, and then we can come to conditions after that, Chair, if there are any.
Right, we're voting for approval now. Got it, going around in circles. Those in favour of approval. Those against? The abstain? Now we'll do conditions. Thank you.
Given the issues that have been raised and the approval recommendation, suggestion of condition 1 being just the plan reference numbers, development in accordance with those, and that condition 2, the submission of a landscaping scheme to secure detailing either side of the existing fence and gate.
Thank you. We now move to item number 7, Starkhouse Farm, Ashford Hill. And, wait, this is 7 and 8, isn't it? And we're going to take 8 with it, both together, because they're both the same property. And in support, I have Mrs. Downey and Frank Dowling, and the ward councillor will speak, Councillor Osselton. Mr. Dowling and Mrs. Downey, please. And will you propose it, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Applications 7 and 8 are concurrent applications for planning permission and listed building consent for part demolition and alterations to the farmhouse at Starkhouse Farm, Ashford Hill, Headley, to include part single-storey and part two-storey extensions, construction of a swimming pool and associated hard and soft landscaping. There is an update for committee members, which you will have seen on your update paper. This is in relation to information that the agent would like the committee to consider. This is in relation to details that were revealed during the site visit, where the two-storey south extension was noted to date from 1897, and that the rear outshoots were therefore later than this date. That the submitted independent heritage report refers to the internal staircase as being of a relatively low quality, that the rear porch is a later addition, that the applicant is happy to plant more trees within the environs of the house, and that the surface treatments to the rear are required to deal with surface runoff. These comments have been considered by the case officer, however, they do not overcome the officer's reasons for refusal.
Thank you. Right. Mrs. Downey and Mr. Dowling, you have 4 minutes, and I'll give you 1 minute's notice at the end.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members. There are very few listed buildings, such as Sandon Memorial Chapel or St Marybourne's Victorian Jubilee street lamp, which should be preserved exactly as they were originally designed. But for most listed buildings to survive, they have to adapt to a modern day of life. They have to earn their keep in the 21st century. Starkhouse Farmhouse has existed since the 18th century, but successive owners have adapted it, altering parts, demolishing parts, and extending it to fit the changing requirements of their time. Little has been done to improve the house since the war, indeed since the First World War, and its range of accommodation is now wholly unsuitable and outdated to serve as a modern family home. I've worked very closely with Mrs. Downey and Mr. Downey to manage its updating in a way that preserves the best of its historic features and fabric, whilst concentrating the necessary improvements and extension on the rear of the building, where there has been a haphazard series of indifferent quality alterations and extensions over the past century. The proposed extensions to the 2 existing rear wings complement the original building in terms of their form, materials and details, and they are subservient to their height and bulk. Sandwiched between these 2 extensions and set well back from view, we saw an opportunity to create a modern atrium, and some members may recall approving a similar scheme on Loyalty Cottage at Old Basing. The works now proposed have been carefully considered. They seek to preserve the original front part of the building, thereby maintaining its historic visual relationship between the farmhouse and the adjoining listed barn. These works are essential for the enjoyment of the farmhouse. We think they will considerably enhance the appearance of the building, and we hope members will agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank, Chairman, members.
We bought Stockhouse Farm in 2012 and since then have spent a great deal of time trying to improve the land, the buildings and to hopefully bring it back to its former glory. Waist-high nettles, over 700 buried tyres, not to mention the need to re-fence the entire plot and install new field drainage. In addition, we have created a new woodland, adding 650 new specimen trees to the far east boundary of the plot. The house has been designed with great care and attention, and indeed our local community and parish council have had no objections and commend us with, I quote, its great transformation. We have endeavoured to make the site as environmentally friendly as possible and have recently installed a heating system to do just that, which we intend to connect to the house when the renovations are completed.
1 minute.
The officer highlights that we have recently renovated a redundant barn on site, which we have done, and in doing so have preserved its structure for generations to come. It will either be let out, and in doing so will support the ongoing costs of maintaining the land, or will support my recently widowed mother with a place to live in the future. The house has been our home now for nearly 3 years. We've all become extremely attached to it and love its features. The rooms that we use the most are the rooms facing east, which are the oldest parts of the house and will remain untouched. The lack of kitchen and bathroom facilities are an issue, however, with a growing family. There is little movement between the different areas of the house, and the officer agrees that this needs some attention. There is no room to entertain over 6 people, and indeed the sitting room that we have proposed is only marginally larger than the existing size of the current rooms. The kitchen and breakfast room have become the main focus of modern day living and is the hub of family life. We are keen to create a kitchen that enables our family to benefit from this. The additional stories above both the sitting room and the kitchen will enable us to achieve not only one more
Come
bathroom,
to a
but
conclusion, please. You're past our time.
two, thereby giving family members some more privacy. When we bought the house, we saw it as a fantastic opportunity to raise our children, and I really hope that today you will consider our application, but also consider that we are trying to create a home, not a monstrous building of any sort.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any questions to either Mr. Dowling, Mrs. Frankham?
How many rooms are there? I went on the viewing, and it seemed like, oh, I don't know, almost doll's house in some places, Lego land, and I mean, it was absolutely fascinating, but totally unlivable in today's. But how many actual rooms are there in that?
Sorry, the current there is 1, 2, 3 rooms on 4 rooms on the ground floor. And another one to the south, so that's 5 rooms, but they all kind of interconnect. For example, there's kind of 5, 6 doors off the current one part of the kitchen. Anyway, it's very confusing. So the main structure of the old building is the listed part of the building is in fact only 2 rooms, which you when you went down that corridor was to your right. Yes. Yeah.
I think we should also make the point that all the existing rooms are rather small compared to modern house standards.
No.
No, the site is quite steeply sloping, so there's a whole series of different levels. We've tried to rationalise them so there are actually only 2 levels throughout the whole house.
Councillor Bound?
So bearing in mind the sort of historic nature of the house, why didn't you, or maybe you did, engage with the officers in pre-planning application?
Probably my arrogance. I used to be an officer for the council, and I think I know what's best. In short, I had a lot of experience in dealing with historic buildings, and I always try and imagine it's my home and try and you're trying to put together 3 things. One is conservation policies, one is the client, and the third one, and most importantly, is the building. And it's trying to get an amalgam of all those 3, which is what we've tried to come up with today.
Any more questions, members? Thank you both very much. Councillor Rossington. Four minutes, councillor, and I'll give you a minute's notice.
Good evening, councillors.
Stark Farm. We've heard Stark Farm, with its additions to the host building over time, has resulted in the building presenting an unconventional layout with differing floor levels, which has been mentioned, and I think those of you who went on Friday, I certainly have had to watch my footing on there, and small corridors and stairwells linking various parts of the building. It's quite a muddle. The need to regularise and improve the circulation of the house and add further bathroom facilities is needed to ensure that this dwelling continues to be habitable to survive and provide a family home within the countryside. And we're trying to encourage people to come into the area. Under the NPPF, there will be no harm or loss to this Grade 2 listed building. The scale, form and design sits well with the host dwelling and does not create a disproportionate form of development that will be detrimental to the listed building's character. In fact, it enhances the house and improves considerably the street scene within Ashford Hill. The extensions are of a high design, sympathetic to the landscape, preserve the character and setting of the listed building. They are sited at the back of the house and are subservient and in proportion to the original build. They introduce a subtle design of the new and old to provide a family home. There are no neighbours nearby except the barn conversion, which I understood will probably be used for the owner's mother. There is provision for a comprehensive landscaping scheme. The owners have done much in the past year to make this area tidier, despite the rundown sheds. I've known this area for some 25 years, and it has, I can't say really been neglected, but it has not been cared for, so it's quite nice to see the actual area being tidied up. I am of the opinion that the new owners have looked at the basic form and context of this listed building and have done everything possible to preserve the historic fabric. If historic houses are to survive, then to some extent they must comply with 21st century living. I therefore ask the committee to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any members, any questions for Councillor Mrs. Osselton? Then in that case, thank you very much. So, questions to officers, members? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. On page 164, the paragraphs aren't numbered, which I wish they were in these documents. The second paragraph down from the top, the Borough Council's SPG is quoted. The basic form and contents of a building is often overlooked when formulating extensions. What I read in this document and what I heard in the last 5 or 6 minutes says exactly that. Am I mishearing or misreading what I read in this report? Because I think what I read in the report is the basic part of the house, which goes back to the oldest part, which is probably the reason for the listing of it, has been recognised. Is that true?
I think there's almost two elements to your question, Councillor, if I've interpreted it correctly. One is that you're saying that there is no loss of historic fabric to the core, the oldest part of the house, which is correct. I think the second part of that is what the officer's report is saying when they're quoting this specific reference, goes beyond that. So it's not, we're not just talking about historic fabric, we're talking about all the component parts that go towards making that contributory significance to a building. And in this instance, what we're talking about when we're making this reference is the fact that you have got these layers of history to this particular building. You have got the various different, and perhaps more so than many other listed buildings, you can see it's very cellular. They built this, built, they built this, built, they built this, but all of those different bits together are of interest and form the basic form and context of the building. So it's that, those two parts. Yes, there is no impact on the historic fabric to the main historic core of the building, but what the officer's report is saying is that in this particular building, all those different additions are part of the building's significance, they're part of its evolution. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Any other questions? Councillor Potter.
I'll try anyway. I mean, I think these things are always the most difficult. We've been here before, I know, but in regard to the same page, I think Councillor Miller pointed out, 164, 183, but the third paragraph down, worded, having considered all the above, and although it is recognised that the proposals would be restricted to the rear elevation of the property and would preserve the C18 core of the building, the extensions by virtue of their scale, form and design would create a disproportionate form of development. I mean, I know it's very difficult, and proportions are subjective, I guess, in any case, really. I mean, they're not calculated, I think, but what do you see as being disproportionate in terms of what is being proposed? I mean, I genuinely struggle with this. I don't know what makes it disproportionate, and obviously you as the expert can help me with that, but nothing that I've seen, both in terms of the plan or the actual elevation features, seem to me to be disproportionate, and I struggle with that analysis, but I'm sure you can help me.
Thank you. Yes, disproportionate is a difficult word, and as you say, it works on a number of different levels. The cellular form of this particular building, as we've already said, is a fundamental part of its significance, the fact that you have these different additions of different sizes that have come over different periods of time. And altogether, they have built up a floor plan that in itself is not insubstantial. The proposed increase of that floor plan is fairly significant when you look at all of those components, both individually and as a whole. What we're looking at now is quite a substantial increase in the overall mass of the building. Likewise, the proportions, particularly when you look at the rear of the building, where that very cellular form is most clearly evident, that cellular form would be largely lost under the current scheme. Would be quite an aggrandisement of what is quite a modest farmhouse that has grown over time, and that is predominantly because of the size and scale of the extensions that are proposed and of the infilling of the central core. And it's that cumulatively we consider is disproportionate, because it's failing to respect those fundamental characteristics of the building and because of the size and scale of the extensions that are being proposed. Not that there is not an objection in principle to extending this building. And I think, as Mr. Dowling said, this is perhaps one of the few buildings or one of those rare listed buildings where there is a lot of scope for enhancement, and there is perhaps quite a lot of scope for change. So there's not a problem in principle with that. It just comes down to the scale and the degree of change proposed.
Anyone else? Well, as the ward councillor, what percentage increase in the footprint is there with this new addition? Yeah.
I haven't. It hasn't been calculated, Chair.
I don't think it's all that great, and anyway, I'll come to debate. Any more questions? Debate. Councillor Goodison, followed by Councillor Bound, followed by Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I was able to go on the viewing panel. While I accept that this application is for a pretty substantial increase to the existing building. I mean, the fact of the matter is that the site can take it very easily. It's a very substantial site, and it's not going to cause a problem there. And to be honest, I don't feel that it creates a disproportionate and inappropriate form of development. And I don't feel that the proposal therefore fails to preserve the special architectural and historical interest of the listing building. So, well, I'll be interested to hear what other committee members have to say. I'm not mindful at this time to support the Borough Officer's recommendation for refusal.
Councillor Bound.
Thank you, Chair. I also went on the viewing panel. I believe that the front elevation is going to have two extra dormers put in the roof. I don't object to that. I don't think that would spoil this sort of historic appearance of the front of the building. The back of the building is strange, I thought, sort of in terms of viewing it. But to my mind, I have to disagree with Councillor Potter on this. I do feel that the bulk and the amount that's being added to the rear of that building, you completely lose what was there originally, along with the infill that comes in between and that sort of grandiose steps up or whatever it is in between. So I have to agree with the conservation officer here that sort of by virtue of its scale and form and design, it would create a disproportionate form of development. And I would go entirely along with that. I would want to see what the other people have to say though.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Regretfully, I wasn't able to attend the voting panel on Friday. However, I'll take a word out of Councillor Potter's book, and we've been here before with listed buildings. So some have been smaller than this, some have been of sort of equal size, and occupants have put in applications to try and bring it up to standard, if we can use that expression, for 21st century living. I gather from Councillor Frankham that the rooms are very small, and that's not unusual in 18th century houses because they have a heating issue and all kinds of things. But we live slightly differently to that in houses of this magnitude in the 21st century, or probably in the 20th century as well. We do like large kitchens. You know, it's the family room now. And yeah, the mention of that on page 163, well, it's subjective, but in a house this size, it can easily take it. I understand the re-elevation, and I've been trying to follow exactly, what has been added on over the years since the core of the house was constructed. And this appears to be an effort to try to regularize that in keeping with the age of the house and the core of the house, to make it at one go have some artistic merit. Can I put it that way? Because it's commented in the report that some of the additions of a flat roof somewhere, a flat roof on a house of this should be instantly knocked down. I consider it to be sympathetic. It is a big house, and there is bulk involved if you want to try and create a sympathetic style of this house in its setting. I think some of the photographs did that justice. And I'd be inclined to support a vote for approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick. You'll be pleased to know. This is one of those cases where it seems to me to be coming down to opinion and judgment. And I always feel that when we get down to that, we should err in favour of the applicant, the person who owns the house, the person who's going to spend out all the money and then have to live in it. In my opinion, and I would always err on this side, I think it's making a very interesting and magnificent country home. And I think it's a good plot to do this on because it's a large plot. And to use the terminology of our conservation officer, I think we're adding another layer of interest to this house, a 21st century layer. And I think it's delightful, and I would move approval.
It's seconded, right, okay. Now, well, as the ward councillor, I would support it too. Any other, Councillor Frankham?
Just very quickly, I would support that because in my mind, do we want a museum, which is what it probably would be, a museum of what's happened in the past, or do we want a house that you can bring a family up in today's
Thank you, Chair. I think I would just like to bring to the committee's attention the fact that this application was submitted without the benefit of pre-application advice. We do consider that there is scope for extension and alteration to this building. The applicant has not engaged with us in terms of looking at exploring those alternatives. It would appear that a kitchen and a bathroom are the key elements that they're seeking to achieve in this house, and I think that this building is perfectly capable of achieving those. I would hope that officers will be given the opportunity to explore that fully with the applicant, see whether we can reach an agreement through negotiation as to whether there is an alternative that we consider would be appropriate in terms of the impact on the listed building and that would meet their needs without having to go through to approving something, as I say, that hasn't been the subject of pre-application discussion.
Councillor Potter.
Well, I mean, just to support the view expressed by the Conservation Officer, Mr. Dowling, I know from old, and I'm disappointed to hear there hasn't been that pre-application discussion. That's a bit out of keeping, I think, really, for him. And I'm sure it wasn't arrogance. I'm sure he was being facetious when he said that. But certainly, in terms of the benefits that could flow from those discussions with the officer, I do recommend that. And I think there's probably some small room for compromise. There's always this area, as Councillor Taylor has said it, in terms of wanting a dwelling to be usable by the family that's actually living in it in 21st century terms, really, as against some of the sort of historical perspective that obviously the experts in the field bring to this. But I would have thought that discussion could take place, but only in a minor form, because clearly we either approve this application or we don't. But I would have thought there are some variations at the edges of this that could be beneficial.
Councillor Frankham.
I'm just wondering, taking on what was said, is there merit in maybe deferring it for the officers and the applicant and architect to get together and then bring it back? Because I think they seem to be in agreement that something needs to be done, and we do want to see it sympathetic. It's just a thought. I don't know what the rest of the committee would think, or the officers, but is it not a possibility?
We can look at that, but we've got a proposal and a seconded, and then
You've got that in the back burner.
we can take the vote. Councillor Miller.
Following on from the same thing, I think we're thinking the same way. I'll ask advice from the officers. If we went with what has been proposed and seconded, yet put a condition on, I don't know if that mechanism would work in this case, because as Councillor Potter said, it seems like we could tweak the edges a little bit. We're approval in principle, and then put a condition on the consultation with the conservation officer. I don't know.
Chair, just to clarify, I think it's always an option open to the committee to defer if you feel that what is before you effectively is not acceptable and you feel there is something acceptable that you could achieve by deferral or for asking for further information. I think in terms of where the discussion got to so far, I would suggest that is considered after the seconded and the first motion effectively, which has been seconded already.
Right, Councillor Frost.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I'm in a bit of a quandary here, like Councillor Potter, because I see a beautiful house, the plans for a beautiful house in front of me. I like the fact that they haven't touched the eastern elevation, which is the one that's predominantly seen from the road. I didn't actually go on the site visit, but I went around at the weekend and had a look myself. But it is a listed building, okay? And once we start knocking around a listed building, if we're not careful, then we do destroy the heritage. I'm just wondering, I am completely undecided on this one. I'm just wondering whether the officers could maybe shed a little bit of light as to why the building was listed.
The list description typically is very brief, particularly for buildings that were listed at this time. It is within the raft of papers, forgive me, Councillor, I don't have it to hand, but effectively the list description gives a potted history of the building. It's an 18th century modest farmhouse that has extensions in the late 19th century and further lean-to extensions on the back, and it's basically a physical description of the building. The list description doesn't tell you what is of significance, and that's where we come down to this element of objectivity. The applicant under a previous application did have a heritage assessment of the building that was undertaken, and basically that sort of said that it's a modest farmhouse that has evolved over time, and that would pretty much be the officer's view as well. That's where its significance lies. Obviously, that then expresses itself in terms of the building's plan form, which has remained unaltered, and in its cellular form. So, as you say, the fact that you can see which bit was added at what time.
Thank you, Chair. And I have to say that I'll be, well, I really don't know on this one, and I'll be swayed by members' debates.
Can you do conditions for us, please, Rachel? Thank you.
Certainly, Chair. There's quite a long list here. If I summarise them for members, and I can then pass the list over to officers. For the planning, for the list of building consent, standard conditions number 1 and 2 for plan numbers and implementation period. Condition 3 would relate to fully detailed material schedule for the extensions and the garden room to be submitted in writing. Condition number 4 would be effectively a joinery details condition in relation to windows, doors, glazing, the roof lantern, including the garden room. Condition 5 would be joinery details and full details of the proposed dormer windows. Condition 6 is in relation to the proposed canopy and porch, full joinery details and materials for that. Condition 7 would be all works repaired to the surrounding fabric to match the existing in all respects unless otherwise agreed in writing. In terms of the planning permission, conditions 1 and 2 again, standard plan numbers and implementation period. Condition 3, full working details of bat access to be submitted for approval. Condition number 4 would be landscaping scheme, including the swimming pool, fully detailed material schedules in respect to those elements of the works to be submitted. Condition 5, again, deals to bat access structures. Condition 6, tree survey and arboricultural implementation assessment and method statement to be submitted and agreed in writing. And condition 7 would be a hard and soft landscaping scheme.
Thank you, Rachel.
And Chair, just to confirm and understand, the reasons for approval of listening to the debate would be that the committee considered the extensions would be proportionate and in keeping with the scale and character of the listed building.
Thank you. Right, we move on to item number 8. Sorry, Councillor.
Can I just try one thing, and it's, I hope, not beyond the sort of wit of the individuals involved. What I was looking for, I think, is something akin to a post-application, a post-app process, which just allows the parties to come together. The approval's been given, the fundamental design is there, and the main elements are there. But if I understood the Conservation Officer correctly, I mean, both parties could benefit from this additional expertise being brought into play. It might need to come back to this committee subsequently, but in terms of the way this could be developed for all parties' benefit, it just seems to me that's a discussion that could be entered into. I don't know what you described that as really, but and it doesn't compromise the applicant's approval that's been given in any way.
I think that's a very good suggestion, Mike.
Certainly, I mean, we could obviously encourage the applicants to come back to us with an alternative scheme, albeit that they obviously have a planning permission and listed building consent now that they can implement, so it's entirely at their discretion, if you like, as to whether they choose to take us up on that offer, if you like.
Thank you. Right. Item number 8. No, item number 9. Item number 9, Pitts Farm, Common Road, Headley. I have Mr. C. Quant to speak and Councillor Mrs. Osselton again. And Nicola, you're introducing it, aren't you? Would you do so, please?
This application concerns the change of use of a redundant building at Pitts Farm to two-bedroom dwelling with the construction of a pitched roof, including the change of use of associated land to residential curtilage. Members will remember viewing the site, and within the update report, members should note that a structural report has been received by the local authority which has addressed refusal number 2 on the agenda. The building control officer has satisfied that the building can be converted satisfactorily. Also to note that 3 additional letters of support have been received, and there's been some additional comments received from the agent disagreeing with the local authority's assessment of the application. Notwithstanding the fact that refusal number 2 has been withdrawn off any pending decision notice, refusal number 1 still remains, where it's still considered that it would result in a new dwelling in an unsustainable and isolated location for which there are no exceptional circumstances being justified.
Thank you, Nicola. Mr. Quant and Mr. Laster, you have 4 minutes between you. I'll give you a minute's notice.
Dear Chairman and ladies and gentlemen of the committee, thank you to those clerks who attended the site visit last week. My name is Christopher Quant. My wife Sharon and I are planning to reuse this redundant rural building at Pitts Farm as our home. This is where we hope to bring up our young family and build a life in the community. We have been told that this rural building has been an eyesore in the area for many years. Our plans can help cure this for everyone. The NPPF specifically states that there should be a presumption in favour of sustainable development to encourage change for the better. Our proposal brings up about such change, reusing an unattractive, redundant rural building, converting it to a bungalow of simple design, as opposed to allowing it to continue to be exposed to infestation and possible occupation by squatters. The Council's landscape officer has no objections to our proposal and agrees it will have no adverse impact on its landscape setting. The framework confirms that where the reuse of a redundant building leads to the enhancement of its setting, planning permission should be given. The village design statement encourages that too. As well as improving its existing landscape setting and reusing an existing resource, it would allow my family to work in and be part of the local community. Given my wife will be working with the horses stable at the top of the track, the idea of a tie has been suggested, and I can confirm that we have no objection to this. Living in the converted rural building, we will in turn be supporting local rural services and shops as encouraged by the NPPF. As a local builder by trade, my team will be doing the refit, which will fully comply with building regulations, helping support the local rural economy. Our proposal would therefore meet all 3 dimensions of sustainable development as defined within the NPPF. Policy EC6 allows the reuse of adaptation of suitable building. That's exactly what we are proposing. Policy D6 is also permissive towards conversion of rural buildings to homes. A structural engineer has completed a full structural survey. His calculations concluded that no underpinning would be required and the building can be converted without any undue structural intervention. The depths of the foundations were pointed out to the clerks who attended the site visit. The building control officer's mere assumption referred to the committee report are the result of a brief unannounced visit to the building, at which time he could not assess the foundations due to the hole being waterlogged. His report should therefore be relied upon as relied upon as evidence. We are aware of other redundant buildings that have been converted in the local area, such as at the Smiths in Wolverton. This scheme included the conversion of an old cart shed, which only had a dirt floor far inferior to the foundations and structural merit of our redundant rural building. We propose to renovate this existing redundant rural building to modern day standards with all necessary insulation and services using materials in keeping with its setting. The location of this building is within close proximity to Ashford Hill Road, offering links to Headley where day-to-day needs can be met with other towns located close by. Furthermore, with my wife working with the horses stable to the west of the building, she will not be reliant on private car for her journey to work. In relation to Policy E1, our plans respect the amenities of properties along Ashford Hill Road, given the distance between our proposed boundary and their rear fences.
1 minute to go.
The low aspect of the bungalow will have no adverse impact on the amenities of occupants of any of these surrounding properties. The existing services and utilities are readily accessible to the building. The submitted artist impression demonstrates its attractive design, which is in keeping with its setting, meeting Policy E6. In conclusion, we are a young growing family trying to build our long-term future in Headley. This suitable redundant building is perfectly sited and sized to allow us to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corn. Questions? Councillor Bound.
Just one. Hello. you mentioned you're a builder. Do you intend to run your business from these premises?
Sorry, I will have an office there, but my business has always normally worked from wherever my job is, I suppose you could say.
Of course you can.
What about vehicles that might be involved with your business then?
I'm a small time builder. I'm nothing, I'm nothing big. Quite literally, a van is all, which is the same as my personal vehicle.
Any more questions? Members? No? Right. Thank you both very much indeed. Councillor Mrs. Osselton. Four minutes,
Thank you.
Councillor, and
Yes.
a minute's notice.
The proposed change of use of the existing building should be allowed, I think, under exceptional circumstances. I certainly dispute the unsustainable and isolated location under NPPF Section 6. The dwelling is actually situated 347 metres from Common Road, which has a thriving community and some 31 houses. People at night do walk on this road when visiting neighbours. We're quite used to walking in the dark in rural areas. No complaints have been recorded rear speeding. A 15-minute walk takes one to the A339 and an hourly bus service to Newbury and half hourly from Kingsclear to Basingstoke. The school bus passes within 60 metres of the dwelling to the northwest, taking children to Ashford Hill School. Both applicants cycle and there is a well-used community hall. It is also possible to walk across the fields at the back of the stable at the top of the hill. These stables are not being used to their full potential as a member of staff requires to be on site overnight, and that takes care of EC6. This dwelling would not have a harmful impact on the visual amenity and rural landscape. In fact, it would enhance it. Common Road and surrounding houses have a mixed street scene. According to an independent structural report undertaken, the existing building would not be suitable for conversion to a bungalow, and it would be tied to the farm. A trial pit in this report that I have here was undertaken, which went down to the foundations to evacuate and to observe, indicating that they are adequate for conversion. And to quote, "The building is adequate for conversion without due structural intervention." The proposal for the result of this building in the countryside should be permitted as it shows sympathetic adaptation of an existing building in a sustainable area. In May 2015, a certificate of lawfulness for the keeping, grazing, stabling and exercising of up to 20 horses with associated tap room, stable barn and riding area was granted. This business is thriving but cannot expand as stabling horses, especially the expensive breeds, which the applicant trains and uses, requires a person on site at all times. The applicant's wife is a well-known equestrian within the area. She works with disabled children and also helps with teaching in the area. Further expansion of the business could lead to jobs for local people, and the outside menage is being constructed and will be a considerable asset to those who ride in the area. It's quite a horse area for horses, is Ashford Hill with Headley. I therefore ask the committee to approve this application. It gives a young couple and their baby a home and a means to extend their business, providing work and input into the rural community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions for Councillor Mrs. Osselton from members? No? Thanks very much, Kelly. Right, questions to officers, members. Councillor Bound.
Yes, it's sort of in view of the of what Councillor Osselton said in terms of there being a need in terms of looking after these horses. That is not substantiated in the report as I read it. Could you comment on that?
There's no question about obviously the equestrian capabilities of the applicant, but the application that was submitted is not for tied accommodations. It's been considered as a normal market dwelling, so it would be unreasonable should members be minded to approve the application to consider tying the dwelling to the adjoining land uses and the equestrian uses on site.
Any other questions? No? Oh, yes, councillor Potter.
Just in, sorry, just in terms of the interpretation of the planning framework that we had before, I mean, in terms of the need for a dwelling adjacent to a particular business or activity, we don't automatically have to tie the two things in together, do we? I mean, in terms of what I'd normally consider to be a tied arrangement, we're not necessarily having to look at it in that connection, are we? You know, it can be associated, but it doesn't need to be tied in the legal sense, does it?
Oh, sorry. The NPPF criteria, I'm looking at it from the social, environmental and economic considerations. And in terms of the NPPF and what it says about obviously controlling the amount of new dwellings in the countryside, and that in isolated positions, obviously given what Councillor Ossleton has said about, yes, there are existing neighbouring properties, but it's not surrounding, the new dwelling is not immediately surrounded by properties, is considered to be in an isolated position, and in that sense is not sustainable. And given where it is in relation to existing services and facilities, it would rely or have an over-reliance on the vehicle rather than the use of public transport and other sustainable modes of transport.
I wonder if I could just be helped on something as well. I mean, I always find this particular area of planning law somewhat difficult, really. And you know where I come from on this. I'd be inconsistent if I didn't seek to contradict what the officers are recommending on this one, really. But I mean, in terms of the layout of other properties in the area, and I know this is all historical stuff, and this is a new application to convert a building into something else. But by definition, there are many other properties in this vicinity that could be considered to be in isolated and unsustainable positions, could there not? This one would be no different to that, would it? And it's merely the fact that this is a new application that makes it different and stand out separately, isn't it? No more than that. These others are no more isolated than this one, are they?
But they are existing. This is a new proposal which we have to consider against, obviously, current guidance.
Sorry, councillor Frankham.
Sorry, just very quickly. They keep on saying about this and that won't be sustainable, but how is any ever going to be sustainable if we don't build? And if we want to encourage people to live in the countryside, I'm quite happy living in Popley. I love it to pieces. But there are people that don't want to do that. They want to live in the country. And if we don't do this and take this redundant building of about not been used for about 30 years and turn it into a home, to me, that's an opportunity lost. I just don't understand why we keep on saying unsustainable when there was roads near and there was a bus and whatever.
And we started debate. No more questions. Right. As the ward councillor, I fully support Councillor Ossleton and support the approval of it. Any Councillor Potter.
I mean, I was relieved, Chair, really. I was very happy if you'll propose it, because you can give the reasons for approval. It'd be fantastic.
Yes.
Because I like it.
I was not actually proposing it. I was hoping somebody else would do that. Thank you. Yeah, right. We need to get some reasons, don't we? Well, it's...
Chair, do you need a vote on this? Okay, the reasons. As I proposed it, can I suggest that for a start, that it will result in a new dwelling in the countryside. It is in a sustainable position because I think this is again justification that it's surrounded by other properties. We can talk about sustainability as I've tried to in this council for the last 5.5 years. It is I consider, in a sustainable position. It's not isolated. And it's
not unsuitable.
And there is public transport nearby. I'll just leave it at that because that's the only reason for refusal here. Reuse of an extant building, yes.
Suggested conditions would be plan numbers, time limit, material samples to be submitted, vehicle cycle parking restrictions, contamination land report to be submitted with verification, details of walls, fences, surfacing and hedges to be submitted for prior approval.
Thank you, Nicola. Right. We now move on to item paper C.
Chairman, I'll be very brief. The paper C is the quarterly appeals report. As you'll note from the dates of the appeals quarter that it covered, it should have come to an earlier committee meeting, so my apologies for that. It effectively covers, the main one that it covered was Razors Farm, which I think we've discussed at length on a number of occasions, so unless any members had any particular issues to raise on any of the appeals listed, I would suggest on this occasion it is simply a record of the appeals received in that quarter. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, any comments? In that case, thank you all very much indeed. It's been a long night. Good night.